But you're not going somewhere?
I have a feeling that having it pop up in the paper last month might have spurred
Spurt something, yeah, to get the answer.
I mean, even though it's only a paper with a distribution of about 1,000 homes,
But still,
news stories get on the wire, they get carried.
Hello, sir. How
Boy,
are you?
you're looking sharp tonight. I didn't realize that Lee McVeigh went to work for the sheriff's department.
I didn't either.
I have to look. It's not coming.
Okay, yeah. It was in my junk. My junk email. Oh, for when we're not back.
Thanks. I'll call him Mark.
I signed it out.
It's actually in the
Huh? Yes, I have. I don't read that though, do I?
If you want to, it's under consent, but whenever you sign it, I'll put the seal on and mail it to them or email it to them.
Signed it.
I'm not interested.
Yeah, we had fun last night in my neighborhood. Water main break.
Oh, again?
Yeah, one of the 6-inch pipes and it split. It's a 5-foot piece of this.
PVC pipe.
Yeah, the big blue. Oh no, the guy with the.
I'm talking about all the.
Oh, yeah. But not public works guys busted their butts and
Good. I'm glad they got it fixed.
got it fixed and
You know, it's just,
now it's just a matter of filling it, finish filling in the hole and.
well, you wait a day just to make sure it doesn't break again.
Oh yeah, trust me. That's what we were waiting, because when they started putting pressure on it, you could feel the pipe vibrate.
Not tickled. Okay.
Ankle biter, he's up to 16 pounds now at 7 weeks old. Yes, with our Czechoslovakian.
But he doesn't start walking yet.
What she's been doing, she'll take a few bits of dog food, open it on the floor for the produce section.
Making sure he doesn't cross a certain line. And then once he gets, he's like, okay, I've had enough of this, goes over and gets whatever tail. But he's 16 pounds at 7 weeks old. His paw takes up the entire inside of my palm.
Last Thursday night, we went and had to take care of this.
Oh, what happened?
He snagged his foot on something in the yard and took about 8 stitches.
Oh, the poor baby.
Cut a couple tendons. So
He has the cold chain.
he didn't have it the first night when we caught him chewing on his bandage. He said, nope, okay.
So you'll appreciate this then.
So I had a Friday and Saturday commitment all day, both days this weekend for the Surveyors Association.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, how are you? All right, how are you?
Good evening, good evening. And, good to see you. So Thursday night, I'm getting ready, paperwork in order, computer in order, packing, and all that. It's like, okay, we're going to that. 5 o'clock Friday night, Thursday night. Call around trying to find exactly how to see it.
Yeah. I know they have an emergency one in San
She was our third call. So he spent the night there Thursday night, got him Friday morning. I'm gone, so she had to go home. I was out of here at 5 o'clock Thursday and Friday morning.
Yeah.
What's up, sir? What are you going?
What's up over there?
You're always early. Yeah, water pipes broke yesterday. No, it made one of our water pipes.
You know where Kate's house is?
You right there?
Yeah. 2 houses down. Right there.
Like the guys are
I had a good rain last night. I had 6/10.
We had a thunderstorm.
last night.
And we learned some puppy also does not like thunderstorms. So, well, the pressure on their ears and everything.
I said we were out of storm last night, but I slept right through. I heard it rumble a couple of times, but
My husband slept through. He goes, rain last night?
That one's a noisy little rascal too.
Hey, we got a new 4-legged baby. Another German.
scared of,
Well, no, the pressure on their ears.
yeah, that's what it is.
Smoke and hearing, yeah. Yeah, it's the pressure on the ears. That's my Czechoslovakia German Shepherd.
Oh my.
But he's 16 pounds and 7 weeks.
Hey,
His mom takes on the inside.
really?
He's gonna be a monster.
Oh my.
But Cohen and Red, oh, I love them.
Really?
Cade's dog Laney, it's not like him.
Really?
Not at all. Yeah, I know, that's what I said, like. She loves my 2 girls.
Some people don't like other people.
Because she loves my 2 girls. But yeah, does not like to be close.
Yeah.
So you got a baby before they get baby. Anxiety.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. Some people follow me all the time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, our son is looking forward to seeing the dog for spring break. What you gotta remember is our big girl, you are her boy.
Don't start something.
Oh, he's already trying to find his big boy voice and have heated discussions with the big girls. Hilarious. So who you guys rooting for the Super Bowl? You don't care?
I gave up on the NFL about 4 years ago.
I did.
Maybe
I'm just
5.
glad it's somebody different.
Oh, yeah.
The only reason I watched it is to root for Mahomes, because he's taking a lot of practice because he's pro close.
Yeah.
And so I might watch it, hopefully.
I'm just, yeah, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. I'm just glad it's somebody different. It's not the Patriots. It's not this.
We only watch it to see what kind of goofy commercials come out. Otherwise, we don't flip.
Sometimes that's the best.
Part time next to you.
Oh, yeah.
So you can compare them against each other.
Oh, yeah.
If you all
I still like the Budweiser.
All right.
fries, though.
I got my watch.
You don't have to necessarily lean into them because it makes them gravelly on the YouTube. Yeah, just kind of turn towards you.
Okay. You can start anytime, doesn't matter.
No attorney this time?
Huh?
Yeah.
All right, we're
going to call this meeting to order Tuesday, January 28th, 2020. We'll let the record show everyone is here. And please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Remain standing for the invocation by Pastor Hero. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Pastor Theodore, you're our pastor. Pastor.
Yes, I'm pastor at Friends of Christ Church.
Mr. Sorry?
I'm pastor at Friends of Christ Church.
Friends of Christ Church. Thank you.
Father, all things move in your time and with your permission, one way or the other. We ask, Father, that you would reach out and touch every member of the City Council, every member that's present here, all of those people in this city who are listening for your word and your will. We ask, Lord, that you would give us a spirit of unity, that you would bind us together in the bond of peace and help us to do what is clearly your will. Take away any principality or power that is hindering your will in this city and this council's desire to follow that. We ask it, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Father.
All right, now we'll have citizens' comments. If you would come up to the podium and state your name and your address.
Hello, Council. My name is Ralph Menard. I'm the 100% owner and president of Ram 2 General Contractor Incorporated. I'll try to talk real fast. I understand I have 3 minutes. Some of y'all know me, some don't. As always, there's two sides to a story, okay? I have been in business for 45 years. I have never not finished a project. I always finish projects ahead of time. I honor any warranty, and I have never paid liquidating damages. This project started March of 2017 and was on a fast track to be done in December of 2017. Please note, March 2017, done. December 2017. Progress schedule here, documentation. Notice to proceed. Charlie Rothy come out here, started doing surveying. Immediately, Marie Gillis stopped us. You had no easements on shoe property. Stop. I had $500,000 worth of material and equipment sitting on the ground. Material. I had $2 million worth of excavators sitting on the ground. Stop. You cannot go. Did you know when I got my easement? Check the courthouse. I have it in here. Austin Properties bought that property and did the dealership. Got the go-ahead in December of 2017. That was after my contract expired. I notified for terms of the contract. Within 30 days, you owe me damages. Over $500,000 in damages. I don't believe anybody told the council that. Tim Kelly was aware of it, Marie Gillis was aware of it, and Larry Heinrich. But I worked well with those people. So when Marie left, Larry left, Mr. Kelly got defeated by Phyllis, and Phyllis knows me. I've done excellent work for the Riverside plant everywhere. When Tim left, I was told before that, scolded by Jerry, do not communicate with Mr. Kelly anymore. Well, Tim told me to copy him. Okay, I want to be on the council agenda. It's in here. 3 emails. I want to be on the agenda. I want to let the council know what's going on. No, 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 no. Okay, well, that's not right. Then Lee Elliott gets elected. Interim, I guess. Emails in here. I want to be on the council. I want to be aware. I'm starting to get backstabbed. Okay? Nothing. Set a deal yesterday to Deborah. Do I have a right to come? I sent it to this interim city manager. No response. Deborah sent a response and said, yes, you can come talk. And then you can also ask if, when they go in executive order, if you can talk when they come out. It's up to them. Thank you, Deborah, for doing that. You will be surprised when you see what's in here. Okay? I have never filed a lawsuit against an owner. Never. I have done numerous projects. You know me. Okay? I come down here on a Saturday and Sunday when your Riverside water plant, Phyllis, was down, and Roy and them couldn't figure it out when you had a major water leak. And my wife told me Saturday morning, honey, go down there and get the water plant. Their hotel at Alsatian is full and people, and the owner, Wagner, I don't know his name, remember that? I came down here all day Saturday and put that plant back online. And now I'm getting stabbed in the back. Okay? Then I put my whole crew and $2 million worth of equipment to run 2 miles to the water plant, to the sewer plant, and lo and behold, we get stopped because there's no easement at the wall. There's no easement to go under Constantinople, the river. So we get shut down at 2 months there. Then we get to the sewer plant, and the sewer plant is a year behind, and we have to come back in June of 2018. The pictures are in here. June of 2018. Wait a minute, my contract was up in December. Don't worry about it, Mr. Bernard. We're going to pay you for damages. We're going to pay you for damages. Okay? So now, what am I going to do? I just go back and work on the lift station. So I build the lift station off a generator. What happens? 15 months later, CPS comes and puts the power in because you, and I don't mean you people, and when I say you, don't take that wrong, you don't want to pay CPS $1 million to run the power in. So CPS is negotiating with Marie and Heinrich and the electrician to run it all the way down to the fuel deal somewhere down at the airport, and then your electrician is going to run it back, and then we have to actually help them run the power back to the lift station.
Mr. Menard, I'm going to have to ask you to finish up in a minute.
I understand. I would respectfully ask, okay, and the final thing is, we put the 24-inch main line in. The city had 3 major water leaks behind Tractor Supply. The water and the debris went inside the 24-inch line. Put infiltration in the line. There's pictures of it. The city allowed the developer to core drill a hole in the manhole and hook up their line, and they put debris in it. There's a picture from the TxDOT inspector showing them taking the lid off the manhole after a 6-inch rain, and they drained the water and the mud in the line. And I showed your public works director the picture. The TxDOT inspector who inspected the bore under Highway 90. How is that my fault that the line is full of debris? All I said was, and then Larry Heinrich said, we'll clean the line. I said, you clean the line and we'll do all the other stuff.
5 seconds.
Okay? No, nobody wants to see. So I would like to talk to you later after you come out if that's, I have the documentation for you to see. Okay? If not, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, and
Thank you.
me and him's been down the road before, so, it's, you either give it to the IRS or you give it to the lawyer, so.
Thank you, Mr. Menard.
Thank you, Mr. Menard.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Good evening. My name is Bob Lee, 1314 Gentiles. I'm as passionate as Mr. Menard, but not on the same issue. Mayor, council, staff, please let me speak a few minutes on the airport leases you have on the agenda tonight, the skydiver hangar and ground lease and the terminal building lease, which affects me since I'm a tenant. I sent each of you some documents to look at before tonight's meeting. I hope you're able to do that. Mr. Kirkpatrick and I, the airport manager, were unable to link up these last 3 days to discuss this. I put in your letter. We tried, but his meetings and other things, we weren't able to do that. I just found out tonight, as you look at leases, you're not looking at the portion about building internal to Hangar 3 that is going to be proposed, but you're going to discuss it. So I just now found that out. The issue of building inside is supposedly on for discussion. So in that case, the basic lease still needs to have some changes made to it that I laid out to you guys in some of my papers. I understand I have 0 issues with Fortner Skydiving. They've been there a year. I think they've been a great asset to the airport. They're fitting in just fine. Got no problems with that. Don't know that anybody else does either. So thank you very much for all that. And no, I'm not going to go jump. Yeah, well, my back's bad. In essence, though, the proposed hangar with lease credit and ground leases are a financial gamble for the city as you consider that, and they certainly reduce the needed income stream. The proposed hangar lease credit over 20 years to cover the cost of the tenant's unique internal construction for the business is fraught with all sorts of problems, some of which I covered in my material, and please take a look at that. If you would establish, it would establish a precedent we cannot live with. If they want and need those internal hangar additions, the cost should be all theirs, and the lease should allow for its removal upon the exit from the lease or expiration of the lease. You probably don't recall, but we had to remove offices, classroom, and storage rooms from the large hangar on the south end of the field at the airport's expense. Offices, classrooms are...
One more minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Are better suited to temporary buildings inside or compatible buildings on the outside at the tenant's expense. Not considering the issue of internal office construction for approval tonight, the basic lease on the hangar lease had a lot of details, including points on the ground, the actual distances from the edge of the hangar out left, right, north, south, and all that kind of stuff that need to be in there. Additionally, future hangar construction, aircraft movement, safe wingtip clearances, and distances and existing lease conflicts need to be considered and included in that lease. Just basically on the ground lease, I thought it was a typo at $660 a year. If you consider the brass hangar, which cost them $300,000 to $500,000 to build, we get around $4,000 or $5,000 a year from them for a ground lease for a few acres. Okay, the skydivers need 11 acres for at least 20 years. Okay, we'll get the brass hangar at about 25, completely free and clear with a several $100,000 building. But at the end of 20 years with this ground lease for the landing area, we get nothing. We just still have a piece of ground. I think you need to seriously reconsider the cost it's going to take us to maintain that, and it's important to the airport's future as you look at that tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Eric Cherry, 110 Tumbleweed Drive, Castroville, Texas. First, I want to thank you all. I think you're doing a great job. I wanted to comment on last week when we approved $75,000 to take pictures of our sewers. In my experience, previous experience on council, what usually happens is we're going to pay $75,000 to get some beautiful pictures of our sewers. Hopefully they're fine. There's not a problem with them. And, you know, we just can spend $75,000 to confirm that. On the converse, if they're, pardon the phrase, crap, then we just spent $75,000 to know that we've got to fix our sewers, right? Anybody got any ideas where we're going to come up with a few $1 million to fix our sewers? Crickets, right? We don't have few $1 million to fix our sewers. So what's going to happen is we spent $75,000 for a study. It's going to go on the shelf for 4 or 5 years. Then we're going to get the money to fix those sewers. And when we go to do the project, what are we going to have to do again? Another study, right? Because this one's 5 years old. So we keep running down the rabbit hole. I just wanted to point that out because in my history, that's what we do. We just keep spending money, put stuff on the shelf, and then by the time we get around to fixing it, we got to do another study. And lastly, just to echo, I think, what Mr. Lee had to say, the $600 to maintain, mow 11 acres out at the airport, I pay $80 a month to have a guy come and cut my yard, and it's a 1/4 acre. Well, I'm paying almost $1,000 a year for a 1/4 of an acre. If we can get it for $600 for 11 acres, can I find out who's doing the mowing and have him come by and do my house? So I think it'd be a hell of a lot cheaper than what I'm paying right now. You know what I'm saying? Just doesn't make sense. Somebody needs to look at those numbers because the cost of us to pay somebody equipment, fuel, time to maintain 11 acres has got to be more than $600 a year. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, we'll close citizen comments. We'll go to the consent agenda, minutes for January 14th. Minutes for December 2nd and School Choice Week proclamation. Any discussion, Councilman Dyer?
On the minutes for January 14th, in the attendance, I think we inadvertently left Mr. Scott Shearhart off from the city attorney's office. And in section number 19, where it talks about liaison board reports, in the second sentence, you have my name talking about the airport advisory board. I think it's supposed to be Mr. Byers.
Oh, yes.
It's the only two corrections I have.
Okay.
Nothing to add.
Nothing now? No.
No changes.
No changes.
All right. I'm going to read the proclamation for Castroville School Choice Week. I stand at the podium. You can read it from here. Sure. This is a proclamation, and it's Castroville School Choice Week. Whereas all children in Castroville should have access to the highest quality education possible, and whereas Castroville recognizes the important role that an effective education plays in preparing all students in Castroville to be successful adults, and whereas quality education is critically important to the economic vitality of Castroville, and whereas Castroville is home to high-quality public and non-public schools for which parents can choose for their children, in addition to families who educate their children in the home. And whereas educational variety not only helps to diversify our economy, but also enhances the vibrancy of our community, and whereas Castroville has many high-quality teaching professionals in all types of school settings who are committed to education, educating our children, and whereas School Choice Week is celebrated across the country by millions of students, parents, educators, schools, and organizations to raise awareness of the need for effective educational options. Now, therefore, I, Phyllis Sattlaven, Mayor of the City of Castroville, do hereby recognize January 26th through February 1st, 2020, as Castroville School Choice Week, and I call this observance to the attention of all our citizens. Thank you very much, and we will sign and seal. Our schools are great, we're lucky. Now, do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Move that we approve the consent agenda as edited.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, consent agenda is approved. Now we're going to the swearing-in ceremony of officers. Administrative Sergeant Ashley Skolak. Is that right, WJ? Yes. Okay. Patrol Sergeant Joseph Katera and Reserve Officer David Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez was unable to attend. This will be myself and our police chief, Brian Jackson. We'll start with Ashley. All right, this is the oath of office. And in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas oath of office, I, Ashley Skolak, do solemnly swear
I, Ashley Skolak, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the administrative sergeant
of the administrative sergeant
for the city of Castroville
for the city of Castroville
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
and
defend the Constitution
defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Chief, you want to do something?
Supervisor.
And I'll make you a copy of that for your records.
And the second one, we'll have to find out too.
Yes, you need to go ahead and it's another oath.
Okay, so I do this one again, this one also?
Yes, go ahead with that.
And another one. Should I get her face? I, Ashley Scola,
I, Ashley Scola,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I have not directly
that I have not directly
or indirectly paid,
or indirectly paid,
offered,
offered,
promised to pay,
promised to pay,
contributed,
contributed,
or promised to contribute
or promised to contribute
any money
any money
or thing of value,
or thing of value,
or promised any public office
or promised any public office
or employment
or employment
as a reward
as a reward
to secure my appointment
to secure my appointment
or confirmation thereof.
or confirmation thereof.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
So what do we call you now?
Sergeant.
Ashley, yeah. I never say my last name.
Administrator, administrator, sergeant. Proud of you.
Thank you.
And this one will keep for you or also?
Yes, I'll make you copies of them. I'll make
All right, I'll do copies for you.
Okay.
There. Who's next? Joseph. Joseph Katara. Going to be controlled.
Yes.
I, Joseph Katara,
I, Joseph Katara,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the patrol sergeant
the duties of the patrol sergeant
for the city of Castroville
for the city of Castroville
of the state of Texas
of the state of Texas
and will,
and will,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, Patrol Sergeant. All right, second one. Statement of the appointed office. Ready?
Yes.
I, Joseph Katara,
I, Joseph Katara,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I have not directly
that I have not directly
or indirectly paid,
or indirectly paid,
offered,
offered,
promised to pay,
promised to pay,
contributed,
contributed,
or promised to contribute
or promised to contribute
any money
any money
or thing of value,
or thing of value,
or promised
or promised
any public office
any public office
or employment
or employment
as a reward
as a reward
to secure my appointment
to secure my appointment
or confirmation thereof.
or confirmation thereof.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay. And congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll give you a hug too. I'm not a taser or anything.
Good, sir.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
tonight. It's good to see these things. Would you like to say anything, Chief Jackson? He ran away. Okay.
Doing assignments, getting back on duty.
We're going to the next agenda item. Consider and take appropriate action on a request from the Chamber of Commerce to provide funding for a promotional video in the amount not to exceed $2,500. Is this a YOLO?
Yes, ma'am.
YOLO video.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. McDonald. I'll explain.
Yeah, the Chamber of Commerce is requesting to utilize hot funds for a video segment on the annual Old Fashioned Christmas to air on December 21st through the 22nd of this year, 2020, via Yellow, Texas. And apparently it's they go out and shoot different segments around in Texas, different cities, just showcasing the city and so forth. And so they came out on December the 6th to showcase the Chamber of Commerce event, the Old Fashioned Christmas. And so the Chamber of Commerce is asking to utilize about $2,500 of hot funds to help pay for that segment. I think the total bill was $3,500. And after speaking with the Chamber of Commerce, one of the representatives, Ms. Molina, she had requested that they would be able to pay $1,000, and if the city can utilize some of those hotel funds up to $2,500. So.
All right. This is a YOLO video. Could you explain it? It's on TV, usually channel
I don't know the is it channel?
5.
Okay. I believe there's a couple of years ago that they came out and showcased the city of Castroville, and they came out again to showcase now their event, the Chamber's event, and again it'll air on December 20th through the 21st. And so.
Will or did?
Well,
Oh, it's coming.
it's coming, yeah.
All right. Okay, so this is a promotional video for Castroville, not the Chamber.
Well, it's for the chamber because all they showcased was the Old Fashioned Christmas. They didn't showcase the actual city itself. It was just for that one event.
But it would benefit us as well.
Okay, we'll start with Councilwoman Martinez.
Okay, so this is going to be featured after our old-fashioned Christmas for this year.
Correct. It's not a live where, hey, it's happening this month. It's
This is what we do.
correct.
I
Basically,
see.
yes, ma'am.
And do we have this in our,
We have it in our hotel, our hot funds. Yes, ma'am. We sure do. Again, they're requesting up to the $2,500. That's why I brought it to City Council to decide if y'all want to contribute up to that amount or what. But I know they said they certainly can contribute the $1,000 for this.
They what now?
They can contribute up to $1,000 of their funds, but they're lacking obviously the difference of $2,500. So.
Okay, Ms. Martinez, any more discussion?
no?
That's for Carrie.
Leroy, the hot funds are restricted as to what we can spend them on, and therefore this does qualify under that. So-
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Councilman Byers.
Nothing really, just been nice if they could have got that on before, so that been a little advertising for it. Other than that, nothing.
No questions.
Councilman Byers.
I think that they're asking us to pay too large of a part. I mean, $3,500, they're asking us to pay $2,500 of it. I think we do benefit, but I think the chamber and the businesses that are members of the chamber benefit far more than the city does. I don't believe there's any direct income to the city from that activity. So I would like to suggest that we limit our donation to $1,000.
Is there any discussion on what Mr. Councilman Byers was thinking about? Anyone? So, does anyone wish to make a motion?
I move that we donate $1,000 to the Chamber of Commerce to support this YOLO activity.
Do I have a second? All right. We don't get a second on this one, so we will bring it back. Perhaps with a member of the chamber here.
Certainly. I can let Ms. Molina know, and maybe at the next meeting we can bring it back. Sure.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. There's 3 items here that have to do with the airport. I don't know if we have anyone from the airport here beside David, who's our manager. Mr. Arnold, hi. Mr. Arnold back there hiding is the president of the advisory board, the airport advisory board. Before you start, David, there's 3 of them here, so I just want to make sure everyone understands the difference between the 3. The one we're going to do right now is consider and take appropriate action on approving a standard airport hangar and office lease template. So you're giving us 2 templates, one for a hangar and one for an office.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, it's all yours.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for meeting with me again. I present to you an updated comprehensive lease. I believe the revisions with all associated comments have been addressed and reworded properly. I believe that having a standard template will keep us in line with future growth and help move us forward. I think that's the first one on the agenda for that.
Has everyone been able to look at it before we discuss?
Not in its entirety. I got it on Friday, but I was out of pocket Friday and Saturday all day.
All right. Let's discuss what information we do have from those who've looked at it. We'll start with, who did I start with last time? All right, we'll start with Councilman Carey, who would like to wait, and
I'd like to have more time to review it myself. Just compare this to our previous notes and give it one more overread. I mean, it is some 30 pages.
okay. How long have we been working on this?
I started this back in late September, working with TechStock, and then through October. We originally presented on the 10th of December, and we brought back twice. This here, you said 30-something. It should only be 15 pages.
How urgent is this?
I believe it's urgent enough to move us forward. We've got several leases coming up. I can, I guess, go ahead and put them on the old template, and we can continue to discuss this one here. I think the old template leaves us open for some issues in the future,
Okay.
but maybe with the provisions of being, revised and going through.
Okay. Councilman Byers, you're the airport liaison. Any discussion?
The hangar lease, I didn't have any real problem with but the one on the terminal.
Well, we'll go to that one next. Right now, we're just going to do this, the standard hangar and the standard office.
Okay. Well, that's what,
That is
that
the
second one
terminal.
is a standard office, so,
Oh, I thought you said terminal.
well, terminal building.
Okay, so the terminal
Yes, ma'am.
office space.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
So, which one are we gonna do?
No, you don't have anything. He said he didn't have anything on the hangar, but he has some discussion on the terminal office.
So we're gonna
space.
stick with the hangar and then go to the office, or?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
In your packets,
Well,
Advisory board says.
Okay, just 1 second, let me let them discuss it, and then we'll talk to Mr. Arnold.
I was just gonna say in your packets, I've numbered them 9A and B so that you can separate them off, because, they were one item.
Councilman Schumer. Just the hangar right now, just so we get things
Right,
straight.
that's the first one on our. David, I know you spent a lot of time on this. Is there anybody else been helping you with this, write this thing up, or?
Yes, sir. So this is, like I said, when I talked on the 10th, we have about 8 variations of a lease out. We have 4 variations of a hangar lease, and we have 4 variations of a commercial lease. So I've combined most all the verbiage in those, working with our TxDOT FAA representative, Mr. Michael Van Vliet. He's reviewed all these, gave me all his notes. After he reviewed, I sent them to Ms. Cynthia Trevino, our assistant attorney with Mr. Habib there. She reviewed everything, gave me all of her notes. I combined all those together, gave them to her for one last review, and then that's what I present to you here.
Mayor, if I may interject something. The reason you have so many different versions of the lease is that there was a form that was approved at one time, but then you had lessees that would come in and ask for different provisions, and city council would approve it. So if this form does get approved in the future, I anticipate the same thing happening. So if you do acquiesce to lessee's request, you're going to end in the same situation. You'll have multiple rules of the lease.
Also in response to your question, I believe Mr. Vidalis, with the new authority, city manager, whatever, you've been working with him also.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
On these contracts and the verbiage?
Yes.
so we've had 5 people.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
many?
Yes, ma'am.
You, Mr. Vidalis,
Miss
Tech
Cynthia,
Dot.
Tech Dot.
Wow.
Okay. And then I'm going to get to Mr. Arnold. Any more?
No.
Councilman Dyer.
I'm very pleased with the changes you made about the limits and the amount of money that the city can raise. You put back in the CPI reference, which I thought was critical, and I applaud you for that. I think this is a monumental task, and I'm a little concerned, especially after reading all of the documents that Mr. Lee took the time to write up. For the benefit of the people in the audience, you haven't seen these, but the council has, and it's many pages, 5 or 6 pages of concerns. I'm not saying that the concerns are valid. I honestly don't know on some of them. But I'd like to ask the question, could we spend a little more time and maybe have a workshop that you run, and we get people like Mr. Lee and Mr. Arnold and perhaps other members of the Airport Advisory Board and anybody else who's concerned about the airport to come and discuss some of these issues. For example, he criticizes your new form because it doesn't give enough detail about the exterior uses around the hangars. It doesn't specify the amount of space, things like that.
Just a second. Mr. Abib, what is Mr. Lee's position?
He's a member, he's the secretary of the Airport Advisory Board.
So he's not here, but we're discussing Mr. Lee's
Well, I certainly, I think Councilman Dyer is using those notes as a resource to try to help him make a decision.
Well, we'd also like to discuss with Mr. Arnold, who did not take the liberty of sending all this information to the council. Because Mr. Arnold is the president.
I don't understand the question.
Mr. Lee sent these things to all of council
Yes, ma'am.
prior to this, after he saw the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Arnold is the president of the board.
Yes, ma'am.
And so rather than going through all this when I don't think anyone else was aware that.
No, it's not my intention to go through it all.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to, I don't intend to go through it. That's
Just
not what I want
highlight.
to do. I just wanted to make the comment.
And just for the record, you're not advocating Mr. Lee's notes as the position of the board.
That's correct.
You're using it as a resource.
Yes, and I'm just suggesting that there are some things in here that are probably worthy of discussion, and I hate to rush to a decision tonight, not understanding the ramifications of many of these things that are in here, although I do understand that you want to get this job done. So
Right.
I'd like to suggest that we consider having a workshop, or they have a workshop, to discuss these items a little further.
Mr. Habib,
Yes, ma'am.
as a precedent, we're going to use Mr. Lee's, I don't know what you would call it, that he sent before the meeting to all members of council, and we're going to use that as the reason for a workshop.
Well, I'm not sure if that's, well, Mr. Dyer would be the best person to answer that, but I think what I heard Mr. Dyer said is that he received Mr. Lee's notes, and that he, in considering and deliberating on whether or not to vote in favor of the contract, that's one of the resources he's used, and based on that and maybe other factors, he's asking for a workshop.
But does this not have the same stature as a citizen comment?
Well, you could ask, if a citizen came up and made a compelling case for a workshop, you could use that.
We can't reply when they make the actual comments.
Well, you could if it was on this subject, because let me explain on citizens to be heard. the reason, and everyone in the audience may want to hear this as well, the reason that you can't comment when a citizen comes up and speaks on an item that's not on the agenda is that under the Texas Open Meetings Act, you can only deliberate and make decisions on matters that are on the agenda. So that everybody at home, they drive up and they check out the agenda and they see something's on there, they can decide whether or not they want to come to the meeting. Well, the citizen talks about, buying widgets, and that's not on the agenda. You can't discuss it. But if the citizen wants to come up and talk about the airport contract, say, I want to talk about item number, Roman numeral number 9, you could ask the citizens questions because it's on the agenda, and if anybody that was interested in that subject matter would know to be here, and they could hear your questions.
So, just so everyone knows, they're able to send comments prior to the meeting to all of council. And you are also allowed to make the same comments during citizen comments. And I am able to ask them questions as they're making the comments, if it is an item on the agenda.
If it's on an item on the agenda, if they say, I would like to talk about item 9, it's citizens. Some cities actually allow citizen comments before the agenda item.
Which I do allow that.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm kind of wondering why we would have a written citizen comment without it being, read out loud during the agenda item like we typically do.
Yeah, and so I want to be clear about that. Mr. Dyer, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that Mr. Lee's notes that Mr. Dyer has, that it necessarily has any weight that binds the city council to make one decision or another. I believe Mr. Dyer's suggesting he's using it as a resource to help him make a decision, which he's entitled to do.
It just seems like it's sort of a precedent that a citizen can send comments that are not publicly commented on to council members.
And I think this
It's just the fact that everyone has the same.
Yeah, so here's the dilemma you're in. The First Amendment provides, everyone is aware of freedom of the press, freedom of speech, and the right to religious freedom, right? But the one that, and freedom of association. But the one that we sometimes neglect is freedom to petition your government, which means I have the right as a citizen to petition my government and ask them for for certain relief or act a certain way on a certain and I appreciate your concern there because I think your concern
There's an open meetings
is an open
possibility.
Meetings. Yeah, and so if those comments were to be sent to each council member and the council members started communicating with each other about the comments outside of that meeting,
That would be illegal.
Could happen.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Schuerhart, tell them what it is. It's a rolling quorum, right?
I'm sorry?
It's a rolling quorum if you.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and y'all, I know y'all gone through open meetings training, y'all know that, but that's the issue. But if a citizen, you can't prohibit a citizen from communicating with their elected officials.
All officials.
Right.
Yeah, and you can't prohibit that.
I understand.
And officials are more than entitled to read the communications of the citizens and decide if they want to give it any weight or not. And I think what Mr. Dyer is doing, he's actually saying, I got this information, I'm telling you a little bit about the information that's trying to have, as I'm trying to make a decision that, is having me lead to a workshop. So I don't think there's
And
anything.
the fact that Mr. Lee is the secretary of the advisory board
As long
has
as
nothing.
as long as no one is under the misimpression that Mr. Lee is speaking for the board.
Okay.
And everyone understands Mr. Lee is speaking for himself.
So we should give him the title of secretary instead. Mr. Lee, the citizen, provided these comments.
Well, I don't, you could say that he's the secretary or not know he's the secretary, as long as it's clear that he's speaking. He's not,
For himself.
He didn't get authorization from the board to speak his own, this is his own personal opinion.
The last paragraph of his paper says, "These comments are my own," from
I'm
about
not-
19
I'm
years.
not-
He's
no,
not
I just
representing
wanted-
anybody.
Okay, Councilman Dyer, I just want it clear for the citizens, because they need to know that they can also do that, because I don't think they're aware of it, and I think it's a good thing. And also during the agenda, we will be able to talk to Mr. Arnold, because we have agreed to do that prior.
He had something to add.
Okay. Well, I need to go through everybody first, unless...
I'm not finished.
Mr. Habib, you have some more?
That's all I have.
Okay. Councilman Shuhart?
Oh, I'm just,
Good work today?
I understand Councilman Dyer's concerned, but I also feel like, out of respect,
Did I already ask you to talk? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get everything in order.
I don't know.
You already talked about it? He did, and I started with you, okay. Have you finished?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Out of respect to David Kirkpatrick and Mr. Vidalis and our legal counsel and everybody else that has worked so diligently to put this thing together, I think we need to move on it tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a long thing to read, and it is hard to read, and I don't know if I understand it all, but I read it.
Why are you reading?
A lot of mumble jumble.
David, why were you tasked with redoing this, or that was just something you felt we needed to do?
It's kind of both. We have to establish and maintain with our grant assurances a common rate structure and how we charge. And a lot of this with the exhibits allows me to break it out by price per square foot, how we're going to charge, what the rules and regulations are, how we deal with hazmat, things of that nature. And again, it's a comprehensive lease in the fact that it takes all combining other leases and puts them into one single format that we can work off of.
Okay, and I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just my opinion. Why is the consumer price index important? Would that be every month? Or that would be the time of the lease?
The consumer price index would be yearly. Again, if you use the grant assurance where it talks about rate and fee structure will be fair and equitable across all tenants. That's where we get into that discussion. And it's good to have that discussion every year. It also talks in grant assurances about being self-sustainable. So the airport needs to be self-sustainable, and they talk about using your airport's economic condition, not the economic conditions around you from the left to right, north and south. It's using yours. What does it take to operate your airport? You may need to be above the CPI. You may need to be below the CPI, or you may have some other factors as building new hangars or taking on new tenants that you need to factor. Electricity rates might skyrocket, and we need to increase our rates to maintain self-sustainable operations.
So what's the current CPI?
I think last year it was 2.8.
And so 2.8 of, say, 660 is how much?
That's math.
We can't, how can we possibly depend on a CPI is, he said, how can we depend on that to operate a hangar?
I think what that CPI piece does for us, and as far as protection, is it kind of limits the amount that we can charge the tenants. If you do the 5-year analysis, our CPI trends have been a lot of ebbs and flows. So there was not really consistency. So if somebody was charged a rate of X and they went up 7% and the CPI was only 2 and everybody else only went 2, this guy can file an injunction and say, hey, I was unfairly discriminated against. So the CPI would give us a limit. If the CPI is 3%, then we can't raise any more than 3%, so the tenants know up front. The other good thing about that is this year was my first year dealing with the city and our workshops. These are discussions because our rates are posted on the comprehensive fee schedule, which is approved every year. So when we talk about the operational costs of the city, we can look at our comprehensive fee schedule and say, it's not cutting it.
Right.
Or, hey, we're doing just fine and we're able to maintain operations, we need to grow by maintaining a flat line. So by reevaluating this lease every year, every fiscal year on 1 October, 60 days to the left of that, we have our workshops, we discuss what the rate's gonna go up to. It gives me plenty of time to let the tenants know, hey man, your rate's gonna go up. It's negotiated with the city and this is why, this is the matrix they use to get that, be it the CPI, or if TxDOT does a rate and hanger study, which they do. I think the last one was done in 2015. So we might use that and say, hey, in the southwest region of Texas, all airport revenues are going up, so we need to stay in line.
But I understand with the audit, the airport is an enterprise.
Yes, ma'am.
We make money, or we're supposed to. So why would we use this? What if there's an incredible demand for hangars in this area or something like that? Why would we base everything on a, so you're saying CPI is our cap?
That would just be the cap, and I don't know if Mr. Dyer, maybe you want to kind of educate me and the rest of the council more on why you brought that.
Okay, well, that's all right. It's just, we'll come back. I'm sorry, Councilman Myers.
One of the reasons I like that cap on there, there was years back we had a council that was basically trying to destroy and remove the airport, and that was one thing I liked because they could go out there and say, okay, your rates were, just let's pick a number, $1,000 a month. Now we're going to rate, your rates are now going to be $10,000 a month. They don't have some sort of a limitation. And so that's why I liked seeing that in there. And we could have CPI, or we could say no more than 5%. I do think we need to have a limitation so that we don't have that situation occur again.
Councilman Perry.
I echo Councilman Shearhart's kudos. I know that this hasn't been easy. You guys have put a lot of hours into it, and the contribution of the other parties has got to be respected. I just hadn't had a chance to get all the way through it yet. So this, as you had said before, and it has been said, that as a tenant comes in, there will be modifications and editings to this for a particular contract. Is that correct?
I think the modification piece is going to come when we deal individually with commercial enterprises.
Okay.
This is a standard hangar lease that every single person with a T-hanger or box hanger is going to get. As we come in and we negotiate a commercial lease, that's for me to work with the tenant and then present to you what the proposed thing is, and we can modify that left, right, and up and down just to make sure we're protected. But this is just a standard
So
hangar
this is our boilerplate language. So this
Yes,
is just
sir. Yes,
where we begin. So
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If a gentleman comes in from San Antonio and says, hey, I want to build a hangar over here, what are you going to charge me? And say, here's what you can look at, these are our standards.
Okay.
And if you want to do a commercial enterprise, I'll take it to council and we'll vote from there.
That's a good point. Councilman Carey, I forgot that in the discussion. This is just the standard template.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Martinez.
Because of what happened when we had the microburst last year, and we had the one person that was using the family's relatives' plane and didn't have insurance, will this cover that to where no matter what, it doesn't matter if it's yours or if you're using a family member's plane, you must have insurance of your own type thing?
Yes, ma'am. So there's the clause in there that talks about if you elect not to insure your plane, because you have that option, you waive all rights, and there's nothing coming to the city.
Right, because I know that was a concern when that was brought to light. It's like, well, wait a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to make sure we got the city covered on that aspect.
Yes, ma'am. And this one is a lot more detailed in the insurance requirements.
I saw that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Dyer, would you like to add anything?
I'd just like to talk for a brief moment about the CPI. The reason I was asking that the CPI be put back in as a protection for the city, CPI is a standard market basket of goods and services as compiled by the Department of Labor. They've been doing it since 1972. It's a good measurement of the overall economy of the United States. if we don't have something in there that ties us to the overall economy, if everything was to go bad all of a sudden, we wouldn't have enough money to pay the bills at the airport. And that's why I was opposed to having a number like the 3 or the 5%, because you never know what the economy is going to do. If you use the CPI, that number is going to keep going up if the economy gets worse. So you're going to be protected. The city's going to be protected by saying we can go up to the level of the CPI. We always have the option of listening to David when we're doing the budget, and he can tell us what his recommendation is. We don't have to go all the way up. We could go part of the way up. It would be up to the council based on his recommendation. But I was just trying to get a protection for the city. Thank you.
Mr. Dyer and I are the only two that were around during the oil embargo.
I'd like to give President Arnold, would you like to say anything? He's, again, for those who weren't here, he's the president of the Airport Advisory Board.
Sure.
Just a couple of quick comments. I appreciate the opportunity. The board has not had an opportunity to review any of these contracts. That wasn't brought forward to us. That's our role for you guys, right? We only serve the council in terms of giving you recommendations based upon the knowledge, the collective knowledge of the board and the research that we're able to do. I've looked at the lease on this common lease that David is proposing to you, and it's fairly standard. The only recommendation I made to David, and I wanted to use this as an opportunity to tell the council, in October of 2018, I presented to council about standard rules and regulations of the airport. And Mayor, you were here, and
Yes.
Mr. Dyer, you were here at the time. And part of that involved changing some of the city code, Chapter 18, that dealt with aviation, and some of it was outdated, et cetera. But basically, we needed to have a record that, a standard rules and regulations that the airport manager could have to show the tenants, this is how we operate out here. And it was based on TxDOT's recommendations. We made minor tweaks to it, but worked on it for about 2 years. The recommendation I made to David on this is just to make sure that as he rolls out rules and regulations for the airport, that the common vernacular that's used in this contract is the same as he's going to use in his rules and regulations. Otherwise, it gets very confusing. There are some changes in this contract from what was there before, but the main thing is I think that we need to just make sure that they follow the rules and regs that need to be established. And we made that recommendation, and council voted to approve that almost 18 months ago. Mr. Lee, it was just talking from himself, because we haven't, as a board, had any opportunity to review these. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dyer has talked again about the CPI. Is there any more discussion? Would anyone like to say anything about this cap on this lease? Okay. Any more discussion? Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the hangar lease agreement as written.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
You said aye.
Nay.
Nay. So 2 are nays, 3 ayes. So it passes. We're going to make the office lease separate, but I think it's pretty clear now. We have the same bed. Is it, David?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There's the 30 pages.
Go to the office one, which is page 1, terminal building lease agreement. How is this different from the other one?
It spells out in the beginning of the pages about the terminal lease itself. Again, being the boilerplate template, there is the same verbiage pretty much all the way through. But one of the main features this talks about in the terminal building lease is non-aeronautical activity. If you have non-aeronautical activity, it has to be presented through the FAA, and they have to approve. In our case, it's the TxDOT block grant part. And they come in and say, hey, nobody's using that building, nobody's used it in the last 3 months, you need to get some revenue, put whoever you need to put in it. But if an aviation business comes in, you have to rescind that lease and let this aviation business come in, because we are, with the grant assurances, to provide for aviation assets and the growth of general aviation.
Okay. Who do we start with? Who would like to start? Councilwoman Martinez, I'll let you start, yeah.
Okay, so this is just for office rental in the terminal, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because there's a lot of verbiage in there as if they have a hangar.
Right.
So is it necessary to have, as if they have a hangar, if it's just for an office in the terminal?
Again, it probably, I could probably remove that if that's something that y'all would like. Again, this was the solid template.
Right, and then under, because under utilities, you're here breaking it down as if they have a hangar, where, how are you going to break it down with them having an office in the terminal?
Right, and they still provide their own utilities where they have had to pay for their internet.
Oh, I understand that, but I mean, like water, you know,
Right.
like electricity, stuff like that.
Right.
You could take that part out, but specify in their internet, that kind of stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
That, because otherwise it'll condense it down more, and that way it's just for an office.
Absolutely.
Just my recommendation.
Okay, I'd just like to, an opinion. So on this one with the office, the standard office, this is only for terminals. It's not for an office inside a hangar.
No, ma'am, it's just for inside the terminal building where the conference room is, where my office is, where Issa's office is. We have Medina ESD in 3 of the offices. We have aviation trades in one office, and then Mr. Garza, the maintenance supervisor, he's in the other. And then Mr. Bob Lee is in one of the spaces where like vending might take place. It's got the big roll-up door, things of that nature.
Okay,
Where what would take place?
If you had vending out there,
Oh.
with paninis or coffee or something, you wanted to sell headsets or shirts or, you know, hopefully we'll get there
Ask
someday.
more about that when I get to you, because I don't know if it was vending before or not, actually. Who's that, have you finished, Councilwoman Martinez? Councilman Terry?
I have no questions on this, thank you.
Councilman Byers?
Councilman Martinez pretty well covered. I think this thing could be reduced from whatever, however many pages it is, like 15, so down to quite a bit just by eliminating the verbiage having to do with hangars and storage of combustible oil spills, putting in water lines, putting in security light. I think there's a lot that having to do with hangars in here that have no need in an office contract. So pretty much the same thing. I think that could get cleaned up and shortened where everybody could understand it better.
Absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead.
I agree with Councilwoman Martinez and Councilman Byers. If we could condense it a little bit, that would cut some of the verbiage out about the hangar. How many rentals are there in that building? How many places can you rent?
5.
5 of them?
Yes, sir. And then we also have the conference room. We don't really charge for it because it's not super requested.
Yeah.
But we're trying to get it that way to where folks might want to come in and hold some aviation classes or a conference that they'll want to pay for.
You mentioned vending.
Yes, sir.
Explain that to me.
Vending, so in my experience as an aviator, I fly to airports that have things that I want to do. If they have a nice courtesy car that will hold my golf clubs and a nice golf place, I might just fly in there, buy fuel, and use your car to go play around the golf. Same thing with vending. A lot of folks come out and they really enjoy watching the skydivers jump. They enjoy watching the biplanes do low approaches. They enjoy watching the T-6 Texan come through and do all their maneuvers. They just really enjoy aviation. They would fly to us if we had some enticement to bring them. So they like to have a good cup of coffee and sit out on the rocking chairs out back and just watch. They like to maybe have a panini, or their headset broke and they need to buy another $300 headset right now so they can fly into Class Bravo airspace. Things of that nature. So we have opportunities in the future to hopefully expand our capabilities and bring more clients in.
Yeah.
It's just getting them. I've been working with Coca-Cola since August to bring us a machine that is not a can. There's not a pilot in aviation that I know of that wants to buy a can of soda.
You want a plastic with a screw-on lid?
Plastic with a screw-on lid, right? You're not going to get in your plane with an open can and have something happen and you spill soda all over your instrumentation.
And you can't get one.
And no, at the airport you can't. I have talked to Coca-Cola no less than 10 times, and they tell me that we do not have enough traffic to warrant a glass front machine. And I said, we don't have enough traffic to warrant a glass front machine because you've only provided us with something that nobody wants. So I'm kind of in a catch-22. It may be an opportunity for us with a place for vending in the section that Mr. Bob Lee occupies to maybe get us a small cantina out there, a small restaurant, a small, I don't want to say full-blown restaurant because we don't have the ventilation. But there's no reason we couldn't do some paninis or some good coffee, some good aviation t-shirts that have Castroville name on it. We do have a beautiful rewrapped police Tahoe that Chief has donated, and it looks great.
Does it have a place for golf clubs?
And that's so, we have a lot of hunters coming in, and they come in early, and they grab the Tahoe, and they throw their guns and their bags and their fishing poles in, and they go to where they're going. Then they drive their range truck or their hunting truck back and drop our courtesy car off, and they use us for that right there. We have an opportunity to really market ourselves better to the aviation community, and it's just going to take little steps. We'll get there, but we have the facilities in our terminal building now to market to those folks in the coming future.
Is Mr. Lee in that vending business? I'm just asking. I don't know.
There's clocks in there right now. I don't know.
Clocks?
Clocks, yes, sir.
It's his personal collection, it's not for sale.
Oh, okay.
It's just a
All
display.
right. So if somebody would come in that's aviation related, you would have to kick Mr. Lee out?
That's basically in the contract. If it's an aviation-related
Okay.
business and there's a non-aviation-related entity in there, we're to give the aviation-related business first dibs.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, and I think this is really interesting you brought that up, because as I said during the audit, as we were discussing, the airport is a business thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And I do know, I have been there several times talking to pilots, just kind of getting a feel for what they think, and that's one of the main things they've always said, is we can't sit here and have coffee and watch the planes outside. We're bored to death, but at least if they had coffee or something to snack on. Was that originally a vending area?
I don't know that it's ever been used for that. I think it was vacant. That's why Mr. Lee was given that opportunity to come in. And it has supported us as far as revenue goes. I mean, that building would, or that room would have sat vacant unless Mr. Lee had come in. Again, I've had people come to me from the community saying, hey, we're thinking about doing this. What do you think? And it's more of, hey, let's get a plan together. Let's propose something to council, and then we'll move forward from there.
Example? What have people from the community suggested?
Mostly coffee. They want coffee. They want a place to get a bite to eat. Again, they want a lounge, which I'm working on. Most of the corporate pilots, they come in, or the pilots come in, their businessmen go to their meetings, or they go on their hunt, or they go on their day trip, whatever they're doing, and the pilot's stuck in a terminal building just hanging out.
You can't get anything but a can of cola.
Can Coke, yes ma'am.
I think I can speak to your vending after 30. Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilman Dyer?
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. After 35 years of being in the vending business, I can probably speak to it just a little bit. Number one, you do not want to deal with Coke. I mean, they're a good company, they have a good product, but because of exactly what you said, that they consider us too small, you do not want to deal with them, because what they're going to do, they're going to come in, if you could get them to put a machine in, they're going to come in and drop off a standard load, and that standard load is more than you can get rid of in a certain amount of time, and those cans, particularly diet drinks, have an expiration date on the diet drinks, not 2 months at the most, and then it goes out. Recommendation from me would be to find I'm out of the business, I sold it, but would be to find a person that works through here, and the way it works, if they've got the contract with Coke, they can call Coke and say, I want a machine at the airport. And Coke will come up and drop the machine at the airport, and then it's that vendor, then it's up to him to put in the right amount, otherwise then he starts losing money because he has things going bad on him.
Currently, he said, I stock the machine.
Well, and you find I didn't know you still had a machine out there,
yes.
But in any case, I would recommend you find if you're looking for a vendor, find somebody that's in the business that comes through town as an individual, because like I said, Coke they're looking for something that they can just come in. They don't have to come in and say, oh, we sold 42 cans of this, and then refilled exactly. They're gonna drop off case lots.
Yes, sir.
And you're gonna have stuff go bad and end up with nothing but complaints.
Yes, sir.
Right. I think that's really cool, though. It'd be so cool to have coffee there and a roll, and you sit
Well,
on
if
the
you like to
chair
watch
and
airplanes,
watch.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any more discussion on the lease, the standard lease for an office in the terminal building? Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that the standard lease for office be revised with terminology for regarding anything doing with hangar and stuff like that, to be removed and condensed down to be office-specific rental.
Second.
So I just need to summarize this. So that means that we have to bring it back, no, we'll just get it cut down and,
Yes, ma'am, I'll eliminate all hangar stuff and leave it terminal specific.
okay. Do I have a second?
I gave you one.
Mr. Byers seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, good. It's so cool. My grandsons love to go out there, but they want something to eat. Yeah. It's like to see them. All right, we'll go to the next one, which is still a lease.
I would sit down, but it's me again.
All right, you again.
You can take a break if you want.
No, I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Discussion and appropriate action on a lease agreement for commercial hangar 3 with DKL Leisure LLC Skydive Castroville.
So you skipped one there.
I did?
You skipped number 10. Sorry.
Oh, this isn't the same.
This is
Okay.
just the land for the
Oh,
parachute
this is the
landing.
land. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Councilman Dyer. Discussion and appropriate action on land lease. This is the drop zone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Discussion and appropriate action on land lease agreement with DKL Leisure LLC Skydive Castroville. This is David again, and this is a drop zone. Could you explain that real fast?
Yes, ma'am. It's called a parachute landing area, or a PLA in military terms. It's called a landing zone. That's where you land. They're going to go up. They need a certain amount of square footage in order to grow their business. And I would love to give the letter that Mr. Fortner wrote, who is the owner of the business, but he's sitting equipment in.
I have a copy of it.
Yeah, you have a copy? Everyone has a copy?
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it for citizens to hear or anything?
I think we should, honestly. It's a citizens reading.
Okay, this will be a quick update and a brief for Skydive Castroville, which encompasses all of this that we're talking about. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, please accept my apologies, but I am under doctor's orders not to travel. I regret I will not be able to attend tonight's meeting. I want to thank you all for a great first season of skydiving in Castroville and the hard work by city staff, and especially the airport manager, Mr. Kirkpatrick, to work through a difficult year to complete our proposal in time for your consideration and approval. We have faced a few big challenges this year, including severe weather damage, loss of facility, and restricted operating days. Despite a rough first season, we have had some big wins, including a very successful grand opening and establishing safe, standard operating procedures at the airport. I believe the decision to enter into a provisional one-year agreement was a wise one. We were able to establish our credibility and demonstrate our ability to offer a professional service at the airport in compliance with FAA, state, and local regulations. We have established a professional relationship with airport management and are confident the city will comply with its obligation of federal grant assurance guidelines. We are happily excited to finalize our lease agreement at the airport and quickly grow to be an asset to the airport and the city. One of my best decisions was taking on 2 partners to handle the operation and finance. They have been with the company for over 20 years and sometimes call me dad. I am proud of the job that they did keeping things together during a pretty tough summer and the commitment to make Skydive Castroville the best skydive place in Texas. Thomas and Cora Fortner are here tonight representing our company and will recap some dates from our first season and share some projections on our planned growth. They are happy to answer any questions about our company or tell crazy skydive stories. Please remind them that although I am sure they are disappointed that I cannot come to Texas to stay with them, I will be watching tonight via the live stream.
Cool. Okay, I'm going to let you guys come up here because I really enjoyed the skydiving at the police thing. That was you guys, right? All right. We're just talking about the land part. We might have you come back when we talk about the actual lease. Sure. Okay.
So just so you guys know, some of you guys may not know us, my name's Thomas, this is my sister Cora. We're in charge of more or less the operations day to day here at Castroville, but across the country too. We have 3 locations total, Castroville being the newest, so we're dedicating a lot of time and energy here for Castroville. Initially, the opening went really well. Some of you were out there for the opening. I know the mayor was there. We utilized some of the resources the city had to offer to help that be possible. Number 1 was a food truck. We utilized the t-shirt folks, so we got the community involved. The local EAA chapter helped us that day. So as far as the grand opening goes, that was a good way to kick off for us personally. Let's see. Some of the big things I've already mentioned. The police demo that we did this year was one kind of big, really fun event.
Oh, they loved it.
That was fun for us. I know that was fun for the community too. Also, some of the other things we've done is we've had 2 high-level instructional courses happen here for skydivers. These are skydivers that are already instructors, but they're learning on becoming, better instructors or more disciplined. So that's one of the big things that we had here. Let's see other things. Got anything?
I'm more of the financials. So basically, I mean, we did our initial investment. We did $150,000 to get ourselves here. We love being here. It's great. We've basically done a gross profit around $98,000. We've had some setbacks with the weather, some plane damage, and then loss of business because of it, and then moving facilities. It has been a little bit of a rough patch. But we spent $15,000 in fuel at the airport. We've brought in numerous customers who have in turn come into the community and spent money as far as food, drinks, entertainment nearby. And then we just intend to grow that in the next year, 5, 10, 20, as long as it has.
Fantastic.
And to give you guys some of the ideas, some of the numbers, to give you an idea, we had 1,120 bodies out of the aircraft this year, and 1,119 have landed. We still have yeah, we're still waiting for them to come down. Right? No, it's a joke.
Okay.
That works out for 560 first-time jumpers got to experience free fall over your guys' city this year with us.
Fantastic.
So that works out to be about 18 hours in free fall, if anybody cares, right? That me and the other instructor have spent over your city just this year. So these are just some of the numbers we like. Takeoffs, 280 takeoffs and landings, 150 flight hours. We've also done 50 plus hours of training with pilots locally in the community as well, and that's continuing as we speak. So these are all just a handful of numbers. 3,000 gallons of fuel
I was
moved
going
through.
to ask that one. 3,000?
Yeah, 3,000 plus.
Good.
Still working on that, right? So 3,000 gallons moved, and we only anticipate to grow, you guys. Obviously, with some of the limitations that my sister pointed out, we've struggled a little bit this year. With an expanded landing area, a good lease for a building that we can invest some time and energy into, I think we can call this home, and I think you guys will see our numbers grow drastically if we come in next year at the same time. Yeah, I think you guys can understand. Yeah, you guys can see the potential there. So.
Okay, fantastic. So right now, we're just talking about the land lease, correct,
Yep.
David?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's the same drop zone as the, I don't know who decided on, the Airport Advisory Board?
This has all been worked with the partners for my understanding 2.5, almost 3 years. They were given the provisional landing zone, but that square footage only restricts them to tandem jumps. They can't do any solo training or any complete instructor training. I've worked with Carpet Diem Farms, Mr. Joey Lehman, and directly to the east of where Commercial Hangar 3 is, where we're proposing to put them skydive Castroville for a long term. There's natural breaks on right at 11 acres. 11 acres is a little bigger than we wanted, but Mr. Portner would rather have that to not converge with farming operations. There's a natural tree delineation and a natural drainage ditch that Mr. Lehman can't disc over or farm regardless. So what we've done is use that natural break, and you can see in your packet there, that aerial. I've left a 100-foot swath on the east side toward Iron Creek, or Flat Creek, I'm sorry. Flat Creek, and that's what I worked out with Mr. Lehman to be able to transition his machinery from the north side to the south side and vice versa.
And we're sure would meet TxDOT standards with safety, with farm equipment, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So that meets all the standards there. I've also left a travel transition around the apron. You can see that my docks don't quite meet the asphalt. And that's given us room for future expansion when I come to you, hopefully with an idea of building some more hangars. We don't have to modify their landing area heavily because we've allowed that space for movement of our own tractor, expansion of our own buildings, expansion of our aprons, things of that nature. So we've tried to take all parties into account. I worked with Mr. Joey Lehman. I emailed him. He has the aerial picture. He knows that his lease talks about the right to recapture. These guys are an aviation entity. They're Part 105 of the FAA regulations. So we're accommodating all aspects of the operation as best we can to accommodate everybody's abilities.
Okay, and this is an asset for the city? Do we get more money from them than the dry farm?
Yes, ma'am. It's about $9 an acre more. We kind of help maintain when they can't, or when their tractor's broke and ours isn't. With that wonderful new 15-foot bat wing you guys approved, ESA is smoking through grass. And it's just grass. It's not cotton. It's not corn. It's not anything you can't handle. ESA, I've talked to him. He can run that whole thing in less than an hour, and it just is part of our main thing. It keeps all the grass the same level. But that provision allows for us to maintain it if their equipment breaks. They also have their own equipment that they come out and maintain their own LZ.
Wow.
So primarily y'all will be maintaining that jump zone yourself then?
Big, large sections of it we can maintain and will maintain, but as for ease of airport operation and uniformity, I can understand a lot of that comes down to you guys need the ability to maintain it in times that we can't. And so we can recognize that need to go back and forth. Some of the immediate areas will probably tend better than what normally is. For the majority of the field, it'll be tended just as normal as the rest of the taxiways and the grass ground taxiways.
Anyone else wish to ask the
No, I'm
gentleman?
Dr. David.
Okay, let's go around. So, Councilwoman Martinez, you're good about this one, or you have some discussion?
Okay, you were talking about whoever does the mowing and everything. So if we've got to do it for the city, it's not going to increase our fuel consumption or anything like this with the Batwing? And what about their landing zone? Because I know drop zones, they have equipment down in there for dropping. Who's going to make sure that's up? That way it doesn't get accidentally shredded if we have to.
Right, so those are day-to-day operations. I work very closely with the porters, and so does ESA. If anything's out, we don't mow at all.
Okay, but that way we need something in writing. That way we got everybody covered for them and for us.
Yes, ma'am.
That if their gear's out, we don't go.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a stipulation I'd like to have it in. That way both bases are covered.
So what would that mean, David, quickly?
I'll put language in that says if the skydivers have their flags out or their landing markers or their beacons or anything that can maybe destroy the blades on our tractor, then it would be removed prior to us executing anything on their ground if they need our assistance to keep
And
it.
any skydivers that are there, please.
Right. As long as they imprint through the ground and I can go over, we're good to go.
Councilman Carey.
Yes, I did see in Part 4, line 22, says city agrees, obligations of the city agrees to mow and shred grass planted by the lessee. So we seem to be obligating ourselves to that mowing. I realize that if it's already done, we won't be doing it, but it is in the contract.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
And again, we're getting more for this land, and it's part
we're already mowing it. So.
Yes. If the farmer has not, if he doesn't lease any of that 107 acres, we've got to mow it regardless.
Okay, I was looking at your diagram, and I was a little concerned about the proximity of those other landing zones to the hangars there and to the pavement. And of course, some of those acute points, you're not going to be landing there anyway. And I realize you're aiming at this with a parachute. The actual lease is going to have some kind of a legal boundary description, is it not?
I think if we need that, we can delineate it. I don't think we need a survey. I think these points, again, this is all overlaid to scale on Google Earth, and I'm using the the
Right,
mapping.
more or less, 10 feet more or less, so.
Correct, and that's the thing with these guys, they don't need 11, they generally need 8.
That was my next question, is what was the requirement? Would it be advisable then to kind of make a regular line along the hangars rather than an irregular line that follows the pavement?
I can certainly do that, it just shortens up the amount of land. that they lease.
Acreage they lease, okay. So that's not, it's not a huge problem. You guys are living locally then, you're operating the business here day by day, aren't you?
Correct.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Myers.
Yeah, a few things. Just curious, how'd you come up with 660, not 650, not 675? I'm just curious, how'd you come up with $660?
Times the 11 acres, so $60 an acre times 11.
Okay.
Is my math correct?
Okay, I was just curious how you came up with that.
Yes, sir.
All right, and I am concerned about this, where it says, and I know you said y'all plan on money. It says nothing about y'all having any responsibility whatsoever to maintain it. It's in here, it says the maintenance is totally the responsibility of the city. There's nothing in here that obligates y'all to mow it. A little research, I found out if I were to call somebody to mow that, it would cost $500.
On that mower we have?
I'm talking, I called a person that mows yards, he said a minimum to mow that would be $500. How often is it going to need to be mowed?
I guess.
Okay, let me rephrase, okay, I'll direct the traffic to you. How high do you need how low do you need the grass to be all the time?
Specifically for jumping?
Yeah, when you land
It
it.
can be kind of a variety of lengths. Again, it's going to kind of depend
No,
on.
I mean, you don't want it waist high.
Yeah, of course.
But I mean,
probably-
so what I'm getting at is, we have a wet, say we have a wet spring. We're sitting there, we're looking at mowing this thing maybe once a week sometime, to the tune of $500 every time, a value to you of $500 every time we mow it. And we're getting $660 for the year. I'm not arguing that, but I think that there needs to be verbiage in here that you maintain it. I mean, if you get in bind, I don't see us back helping you out. If your tractor's down, you need it mowed, that's one thing, and you compensate the city to a certain amount. But this says, as y'all have absolutely no responsibility, it says the grass will be planted by the lessee and will be mowed by the maintenance department of the airport.
Could I, but this would be
Am I
Mr.
interrupting something?
Gonzalez, right? Not them.
Am I interrupting something?
I apologize, I'm trying to get some clarification on the contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I don't
then it
see this
says,
as-
obligation of the city to mow, shred, glass planted by the lessee. So in here, there is no obligation. And I like your company. My wife says if you've got good insurance, I can come. But,
We only have the best.
pardon?
I said we only have the best insurance.
Well, like that, just to give her the opportunity to live better with another man than she's ever lived with me. But, no, we're just totally, y'all have no, you can, I'm looking at from what and I'm not a lawyer, but I'm looking at it from a legal standpoint. You can call it and say, I need this mowed. Next week, I need this mowed.
Mr. Byer, I apologize, I was just trying to get clarification on something like.
Okay. All right.
So I apologize.
All right, no problem.
And.
That's my concern.
Okay, so Mr. Byers' concern is mowing, which I don't think the Fortners have anything to do with because it's a city lease. So we would relook it ourselves, right?
So that's where I was going. If, being that this is an aviation entity, if the farmer didn't farm this land at all, I'd be mowing all 107 acres. But luckily, he farms it. We're extending raising the rate at which we would charge.
I grant you that. I have no problem granting you that. But they're getting a financial benefit by us mowing that, and we're getting nothing.
I'd like a question.
Well, I just think that would maybe help a little bit. Some of the other financial benefits that you'll get is the increased fuel sales. When we get the expanded landing area, we expect to put a student program in place that's also going to bolster those numbers. So I hate to look at it so finite as just the landing area and that.
Well, that's what we're discussing here, is a contract on the landing area.
Sure.
Nothing else. That, and I hope you sell thousands of drops, and I hope you buy tens of thousands of gallons of fuel. But right now, what I'm concerned is the city or the airport is on the hook to keep that grass mowed for you, which is a financial benefit for you.
So if you guys are okay with that, we'll adjust the language and we'll say that you'll mow it, and then if you're in a bind, we'll help cut it up.
Let's
Would this be a discussion now? Why wouldn't this be a motion?
Well, I think they're trying
Between
to work
them.
it out, and then
That's
if
okay?
if they work it out and
Now?
it's acceptable to the city, it's up to you, it's y'all's meeting. But if you want to attempt to get that issue resolved tonight.
Okay, so you guys are to get all the issues resolved so they can approve to motion to pass.
Well, yeah, they're gonna have to make a motion, to approve the contract with the amendments.
So right now, we are making his discussion without talking to the rest of council. Right now, we're amending the agreement.
No, nothing's been amended. I have not made any motion. I'm
No,
just
no, I'm
concerned.
talking, I'm asking the attorney, because they're discussing it right now, that they're gonna change the language.
Madam Mayor,
Uh-huh.
you are the parliamentarian and the presiding officer, so if you want them to hold off on it, you just need to say, let's wait and let everybody else discuss their issues. And then you can decide collectively if you want them to try to work it out.
That's what I would
in a
prefer.
manner that's acceptable. But it's, you're the parliamentarian.
All right, so that doesn't have to be a motion. What I'm gonna do is just open the discussion, what Councilman Byers asked for.
Sure, that would be.
I'd just like to bring one more thing up before we discuss this. Is David here? Yeah, David.
David's at the podium.
How many areas of land does the city mow that is not our property? I know we do the tech stop mowing. I know we do some right-of-way mowing that's not ours. Do you have any idea?
To my recollection, everything inside the city text dot leaves for us to maintain because they don't provide a adequate mowing schedule.
Okay, so TxDOT doesn't have a adequate mowing schedule, and council decided that we would mow it at our expense.
It was just something that, I don't know how far back it's been maintained as far as we have anyone that works here. It's been passed on.
Okay.
We want it maintained more than they want it maintained, is what I understand.
Yeah, but this is mowing, that's all I'm talking about.
No,
We're
I
talking about
understand.
the cost of mowing, so we already do mow areas
understand.
that we're not.
But
we're
we don't
paying
have
for.
to mow it as often as we're
Right.
mowing it. But we choose to,
Right,
because it looks pretty.
yeah, okay.
And-
So, sorry.
Just on that issue, if I may, just to advise the council. What I was asking David was that you, under FAA rules, you have an obligation to maintain the height of vegetation, is that correct?
Well, we have the option, or the obligation to maintain the airport to a usable standard for general aviation.
And that's what I was asking. Is the mowing obligation the city has under the lease agreement, is it to that standard or to their standard?
Our standard is to the FAA standard.
And so that's what you would do in the mowing?
Yes, sir.
Under the contract with them, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what I was trying to clarify, that somebody's gonna do that mowing anyway. It's not like they can call David and say, hey, we need it mowed because it's not meeting our standard.
But it doesn't say that it's going to be, it doesn't say in the contract that it's going to be to the FAA standards.
Maybe that's something, that's something that probably needs to be in the contract if the mowing's going to stay.
Okay. All right, so let's do a quick discussion. Councilman Sheen, is anything on this particular item? You want to include it?
Just what I said about their equipment being out there, that they need to make sure it's out of the way before we do any mowing. That way their equipment don't get damaged and our butts are covered.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Carey?
I've raised my issues, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Sherrill?
No further questions.
Councilman Dyer?
Yeah, I'd like to know, are you going to keep the current parachute landing zone in addition to this one?
Negative. That landing zone will be extinguished so we can use that land for the future operations of the ALP for commercial.
I fully support making the landing zone. I think this is a great step forward. It fits in with the business plan. And the only thing I would suggest is, I think Paul mentioned it, maybe get rid of some of these curves on the west end and make a straight line across so it's a lot easier to identify the boundary on paper. And the mowing issue has to be cut anyway. I'm not sure it's a big deal. So I support this. I think you've done a good job.
I'm going to quickly, Mr. Arnold, is there anything you'd like to add?
This, once again, this is not a lease that we've had a chance to discuss in the board meetings.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Okay.
We're not in the opportunity to do this. So the land right now is being farmed, as David said, and so there is no mowing currently going on as a result of that. So.
All right. Thank you. All right. So where are we? Would you like to make a motion, or?
Before you make a motion, in light of what Councilman Myers has brought to the council's attention, I would recommend that the council advise that at least clarify that the city will decide when the mowing occurs and not the town. If the city's going to do the mowing.
Right.
So it would be the same situation like we do out on Highway 90, that the city would mow it as they feel necessary, but if they would like it mowed shorter or differently, then they would take that upon themselves?
That, I think that would partly address your concern, would it?
Yes.
Councilman? And I would, you don't want them being able to call every week and say we need it mowed. You need to let David make that decision because it needs to be mowed.
I agree.
Well, I'd make a motion that we accept the contract, subject to that language being added in, that it'll be the city's or the airport's decision when to mow according to our regulations.
Second.
Second from Mr. Carey. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Now I can go to the next one. Discussion and appropriate action on a lease
I think
agreement.
we could give them turn the air conditioner down up or something. I'm about to freeze to
It is
death.
cold.
Yeah, you can turn that thing up a little bit if somebody could, please. I'm freezing too.
I watched Ashley roll it down when she walked in,
Feel like an icicle.
because she's wearing body armor.
72.
Yeah.
Discussion,
About 80 now. Thank you.
discussion and appropriate action on a lease agreement for commercial hangar number 3 with DKL Leisure LLC Skydive Castroville. And I understand this is only a hangar. It does not involve an office as their previous hangar did. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
All right.
Councilman Dyer. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'll give you the background real quick and then I'll answer some questions. This is a proposed lease for a long-term commercial operation for Skydive Castroville. Again, it's proposed. You guys are the approving authority. I'm just trying to work the negotiations in between. Skydive Castroville was displaced during the microburst that happened in June from commercial hangar 2 to commercial hangar 3. With that being said, I finally got that hangar rebuilt and it is just back into operation as of the beginning of this month. Skydive Castroville has liked their accommodations over in commercial hangar 3 and would like to stay there with a long-term lease. They have a proposed build-out in the back of your packet. It would include an ADA restroom, a classroom facility, and some other things. Not only will this bring additional revenue for the Skydive Castroville business, it will bring additional tax revenue to the city. This build-out and design will go through all the proper commercial code designs and permit as is in Exhibit G. And they will have to help the reduced rate to give the city the opportunity to move forward on this. I believe it's a good step forward in the continued development of this aviation business.
So this means that they will build facilities inside our hangar.
So I think this is the part that's up for discussion for us. We've come up Mr. Fortner wanted to get something on paper to talk about.
But that's not in this lease.
It's his proposed idea is the very last page of that packet. That's his proposed idea. We have come up with numerous ideas, be it portable buildings inside the building. They're going to have to do a septic. That way, if they move out, they can hook up to the portable buildings that they own and pull them right out of the hangar. They've also put in a proposal to, in their new landing zone, put up a nice office building that is a mobile structure, basically. Kind of like Mr. Lauderdale's structure in the back for Liberty Skydive, if any of you have seen that. It gives them the ability to put the septic system out there, hook up to it on the electrical grid, and then if stuff hits the fan and the economy goes down and something happens with them, they can hook onto it and take it right out.
But as far as the actual hangar?
As far as the actual hangar, if we want to go with the opportunity to build out on the inside, we can talk about that. The design issues, again, Mr. Fortner just put down a proposed build out. He would like to get ADA bathroom ability, classroom ability, multimedia room, a storefront. So to grow their business, they're looking at expanding their footprint, be it inside the building or outside the building. That's where the negotiation part comes from. Where this stems mostly is their current lease is up this current month of February for commercial hangar 2. We already have somebody else ready to rent commercial hangar 2 because the Skydive Castroville would like to stay in commercial hangar 3 for the long term. So we'd like to go ahead and get them the approval to get into commercial hangar 3 and then get an established rate, and then let's discuss the additions and modifications to grow their business.
Mr. Habib, would this inclusion of a proposal to put classrooms in the hangar, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That if we approve this lease, that means we approve classrooms in the hangar?
I don't have the lease in front of me.
That's all right. I really honestly,
Let me look at the lease.
my,
This, can we look at the lease?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of it?
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to mention something. I would prefer, it's not my opinion, it's my opinion. I'm allowed to give my opinion, I understand. Would be that if the office would be a deterrent, if something would happen with Skydive, we would have to tear the office apart so we could make it a full hangar again. It's our hangar.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'd be paying for the office inside, and then if something were to happen, we'd have to pay to have it taken out.
I think that would be if you approved their design idea, meaning they still have to go through the commercial permit process, through the certificate of occupancy. That's all going to be presented to you on the design of the hangar.
So can we take that out of this lease? Because I don't see that in the lease. I just see it as a lease for hangar without any
No, this is just
any changes to the hangar.
Okay.
Mr. Arnold, I'm sorry, I see your hand.
Yeah, just obviously they need to get a base lease established because their old home is now refurbished and there's new tenants moving in. They want to remain in this hangar, so the base hangar that they have at least sounds like that's the way to go. But I would like to propose that we get the airport board involved in the discussion in terms of inside or outside of those kinds of issues. There's some other concerns around future development of the airport and access and those things that permanent structure either outside or inside may have a bearing. And I think we could give you a recommendation if we could get involved in that process. But they obviously need a lease to move forward.
Sure.
And we want them to stay, and they need to have that assurance. But this portion of what to do with their classrooms and the things that would help their business requires a pretty good discussion. And I would like to propose that the board be involved in that.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's start again. Another discussion. We'll start with Councilman Dyer. All the information we have, we're looking at the lease, just for the hangar.
Are we going to charge the fee that's in the approved budget for this hangar, or are you going to deviate from that?
The approved comprehensive fee schedule for this hangar says that the airport manager will give the rate. So,
Okay, would you explain to us what you're going to charge?
Absolutely. So originally, I had to take all of our leases and, forgive me for the education time here real quick, and I had to find a number. I could not figure out where the number came from that we charge the tenants currently. I don't know where the base number came from. So I had to take what we currently charge, break it down to something tangible. Going with our ordinances and going with what I talked to TxDOT about, tangible is a square foot. I know what a square foot costs, or we're gonna put a price on a square foot, and then we modify from there. Is that square foot paved? Is that square foot maintained? Is that square foot air conditioned? We go from there. And I think you and I had this discussion, Mr. Dyer, on the comprehensive discussion on how we're gonna work these leases in the future to charge. So Skydive Castroville, originally in Hangar 2, were charged $952 a month for the building. Their lease says $1,500. I assume that is because we came up with the number for their landing area that they have now, the small landing area. So I had to make all those numbers fit into something. So to make that $1,500 a month come out into something tangible, I got a price per square foot. When we displaced Skydive Castroville into commercial hangar 3, we agreed that because it wasn't their doing, we would keep the same price at $1,500 a month because nobody was renting that hangar. That hangar had been vacant for over a year at a loss to the city of $23,220 in revenue that we did not bring in. We put Skydive Castroville in there and we were trying to make the numbers work. So with square footage of the original price that was charged last year of $19.35, we're looking right about 21.5 cents a square foot. We brought that down to 17 cents per square foot to get $15.30 a month for the base lease of the hangar, and then $270 for the square footage of the apron in the parking area. Well, they will put their airplanes, staging the airplanes, doing their classes, things of that nature. So I finally had a tangible number to put on that area there. That's how I came up with the $1,800. If we go with the original $1935 of the actual building, we're given a reduction of $135. If we go with the way the square footage is done from $1935 to $1,500, it's $405 a month. When you add all that up over the 20 years, basically with them doing all the infrastructure for us, we don't have to put in septic at our cost, they deal with it. So the way I figured those numbers was about $97,500 worth of investment. They are obviously going to put in more infrastructure and more development than that $97,500, but it offset that number to make it a little more tangible in the lease agreement. If that made sense.
So they're going to invest their money. You're giving them a little reduction in the rent. In exchange for that, they're going to improve the interior of the building by adding a classroom and an office. They're going to pay for it. They're going to put in the utilities. And then over time, we're going to take ownership of that building some point in the future. So this is kind of a different paradigm than what the airport has ever done before. In my knowledge, this is a whole different shift in the way we have operated the airport in the past. Not that it's good or bad, I'm not making a judgment, I'm just pointing out it's different.
Yes, sir.
And it seems to me that the Airport Advisory Board should play a part, since we're talking about a paradigm shift for what we're going to do in the future, not only for this company, but other potential customers, that when they see what this company did, they will say, well, why don't you give me the same deal? Reduce my rent, I'll build up the interior of the building, and you'll get to own it eventually. So if we're going to do a paradigm shift, I would like to have some advice from the Airport Advisory Board before I'm asked to vote. Not that it's right or wrong, I'm not passing judgment, I'm just saying I'd like to get their advice.
Yes, sir.
In my opinion, I'm able to do that. That's what Mr. Arnold said. He just said that about the advisory board would like to discuss it. So we just look at it as a standard lease for them.
Just for the hangar.
Just for the hangar without the added. So they would change the price, I assume.
So if I may, we can use the Airport Advisory Board for the design.
For the inclusion of offices
Or
inside or
exclusion.
outside or
Or
exclusion.
Exactly, and it's to get them that
And
base
so now
lease
it's
to get
a
them in.
standard lease.
Yes, ma'am. And then if we can put a timeline on that, because I know Mr. Fortner, I talked to him earlier, he's got a significant amount of money set aside for when we say go, he's gonna build. So he's ready. And if this drags on for 2, 3, 4 months, you know, potentially we're losing business every single day.
I'm not asking for 3 or 4 months. I'm just asking for an opportunity for the board to understand you're changing the way we're doing business at the airport drastically by saying that we're gonna offset rent for construction. This is a whole new way of doing business. And I think before we vote to do it, we need to understand what we're doing, because it's totally different. This is very much like what we did in Alsatian Oaks. We did a big paradigm shift because the developer agreed to do something for us. It looks like here, the company's agreeing to do something for us. So we're getting something back for this money.
Yes, sir.
The question becomes, is it a good deal for the city?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to hear the airport advisory board's position.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilman Schuhart.
I feel the same way. If the airport advisory board would bring us a recommendation, I guess that's what I'd like to see.
Councilman Byers.
Mr.
Basically, I was looking at it, because every time we do, say, a ground lease, we do a ground lease, and then we do not contribute 1 iota to the construction. And as Councilman Dyer said, this is basically a 180, where we are contributing to the construction to the tune of nearly $100,000, of which will become our property, but 20 years from now.
Yes, sir.
So we spent $100,000 for something we're going to get in 20 years. And I agree that we need to have the airport advisory board at least look this over and have any opinions or blessings or whatever on it.
Was the attorney looked at this, Cynthia?
Miss Cynthia has seen, I haven't received any feedback from her or anything. I got the base leases approved as written email. And again, I would like to completely discuss, just for the council's information, I've had 3 or 4 calls on that building. It sat vacant before I got here. They've all said they do not want to deal with me because there's no facilities. They do not want to put in a septic. They do not want to put in a bathroom. They do not want to put in air conditioning. They just don't want to do it out of pocket. So we have an opportunity maybe with these folks to kind of get a leg up and work on both sides. And, you know, if it doesn't work out in the future, maybe we've got something that we can present to somebody else.
Yeah, I agree, though it is something quite different than what I expected. I expected just the hangar lease agreement, not a hangar enhancement lease agreement
Yes,
or
ma'am.
whatever.
I understand.
Mayor, can I ask one other
Ms.
sentence?
Martinez real fast?
Sure.
I think she said,
One other.
Mr. Councilman Carey.
The agreed per month fee, is that, it says amortized over 20 years. Is that not going to be subject to our annual fee adjustments over that 20-year period?
And again, this was something for us to discuss. You know, if that's where we're going to go. TxDOT has done a lot in the commercial leases, and some of our other hangars are reevaluated every 5 years. And again, I put the base lease together. This is a commercial lease that we discussed.
Right.
Is 5 years okay with you? Because I would love to amend that and put that in there and put that to be part of the discussion. Do we want to do it every 2 years? And both commercial sides have an option.
I think that the fact that we seat an advisory committee to help us make decisions at the airport, that we should rely upon them for that. So
Yes, sir.
I'm just concerned that we're locking ourselves into this a little prematurely. That's all I have.
Okay, Councilwoman Martinez.
I agree with everybody else. We need to have the airport advisory board, especially if they're looking at doing, if we give the okay, go ahead, doing modifications inside this hangar, putting in a septic tank, we're going to disrupt traffic and things to be done out there. And I have people that have their planes out there that are concerned about that.
Oh, yeah.
They like to fly when they're not doing their other jobs. So, I mean, and I know the Air Force may have concerns about that, doing their T-38 thing, depending on what kind of machinery's brought in and what have you, because you know how FOD is.
Right.
FOD is not good.
Right.
So,
Would you explain fraud real quickly, foreign object damage? Would you explain it to what you're talking about, Ms. Martinez, quickly?
FOD is basically any little pebble, piece of garbage, what have you, that gets out on that runway can be sucked up like this, and you have massive damage on the aircraft, to possible causing an airplane crash and loss of life.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Dyer.
I just wanted to ask, when we're doing this, the planning, you said you're going to put in a septic. Would somebody please look at a comparison? What would it cost us to run a sewer line from the lift station to the airport instead of using septics, and we could start getting into the 21st century?
Mr. Gomez is already on that. I've worked with
Great.
him. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Let me back up a little bit, maybe it's just me, but the hangar they're in currently, Skydive Castroville, don't have no restrooms in it.
No, sir.
The one they used to be in had restrooms in it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they're proposing to put some restrooms in it, or put some restrooms outside, or something to that effect?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's the hangar, if we throw that out right now, and we're just talking about the hangar itself, we need to, do you have a number in your head on a lease per month?
If we're going to move forward, I propose we keep the lease numbers the same, put the time limit on what we're gonna say we're going to work together with for expansion, and then execute that way if Skydive Castroville is okay with that. You know, let's go ahead and put the number together, and then let's get this build out done 30, 45 days to make a decision and then move forward.
I totally agree. I don't want to shortchange those guys, because it sounds like they like what they're doing here and we like what they're doing here, but I do like the advisory board bringing something to us as far as a recommendation. You know, I don't know. Yes,
I
sir.
agree.
Yes,
sir.
The meeting this coming Monday, we still adjust our agenda tonight, and so we'll get right on this. We want to work on this as quick as possible, so this can't drag on. We've got to make
Right.
some
I
good
agree.
time. So we need an interim meeting somewhere in the middle of the month. We'll do what we need to, but appreciate the opportunity.
Okay.
And then I can represent on the 11th meeting.
So to summarize, we have an issue with the build-out, which we all seem, which I agree, my opinion is that, yeah, it's an issue, but I would like to get at least, are they in there without a lease
Yes, ma'am.
currently?
Yes, ma'am.
So we do need a lease, just a lease.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm concerned about that sewer line that you were mentioning, Mr. Dyer. I would see that in the task orders for the Alsatian Oaks looping.
Yeah, sewer line's in there.
So that would not be us. That would be when we go to Alsatian Oaks with the other phase 2, phase 3.
Well, it's in phase 1. The sewer line is in phase 1. They're
What,
extending
the
it down to
airport?
not from the airport, no. It comes from the
But the lift
lift
station's right
station.
there.
It
No,
goes
no, I know that, but
over across the
We
highway.
cannot, if we wish for Alsatian Oaks to put this in their looping contribution, we can't do it now. It has to be in the phase.
Yes, I agree with you. This would be totally separate from that.
Okay, good.
It'd be going the opposite direction.
All right.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this with the removal of Exhibit G.
Exhibit what?
G, the one that's talking about the,
Second?
I'm sorry,
I made a motion we approve the hangar lease with the removal of Exhibit G.
A second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Shuhart, second. Shear. All in favor?
Discussion?
Yes, do you want the discussion?
Elaborate on what you accomplished by doing that.
Get a lease.
I'm sorry?
Elaborate on what you're accomplishing by removing Exhibit G.
We're removing the portion where we are agreeing to reimburse them to the tune of nearly $100,000. And that,
And eliminating all proposed construction plans.
at this time.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I needed to
I
know.
want that, but I do want that to go forward rapidly, and our president over there, the board, seems to be
You might want to include refer Exhibit G to the airport advisory board.
So
Do it
added.
again.
Move that we approve the hangar lease with the removal of Exhibit G and Exhibit G to be examined by the airport advisory board.
That's what? Second?
Second?
Okay.
Thank you. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, good. Got it.
I got one more and I'm done.
One more.
One more. Sorry.
No, I know.
Don't be sorry.
But this is more or less the same, right? Nothing different, right?
I'll let you read your piece and then I'll give it to you all at once, Mayor.
All right, discussion and appropriate action on a lease agreement for commercial hangar number 2 with Aviation Trade Inc. And this is David again.
Yes, ma'am. Aviation Trade Inc. is Mr. Enrique Mendoza. He already has an office in the terminal building, and he has 2 hangars, Hangar E and Hangar B. He wants to consolidate and move everything and his business for his commercial operations into Commercial Hangar 2 at a rate of $1,536 a month. Once he does that, it will open up his 2 hangars, allowing me to put 2 new tenants off our 27 tenant waiting list and increase our fuel and our profit productivity at the airport.
2017 waiting list?
27 person.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tenant. Yes, sir. We have 27 individuals on the waiting list to get in the hangars.
Good. Councilman Dyer?
I have no questions.
Councilman
None.
Sherrill?
Zero.
Councilman Byers?
I found nothing wrong to add to what you were talking about, more hangars, that you'll be seeing some motions on that, or some movement on that, hopefully.
Councilman Carey?
Sounds like a slam dunk.
Councilman Martinez?
No comments.
All right, do I have a motion?
I move. Second.
Second, Carey? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, council. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, this is consider and take appropriate action on approving the purchase of a Genie Terra handler in the amount not to exceed the budgeted amount of $65,000. And I assume this is what Mr., I forgot, taking pictures of our sewer.
No, just for the record, this is a
Wait, I'm asking Mr.
telehandler.
Mr. Gomez. Okay, so that is separate from this.
For the record, this is a telehandler, not a
Yeah, but I'm
telehandler.
asking, could I ask Mr.?
Tele-
I read it incorrectly, so I'll say Terra handler.
Telehandler.
It is,
Oh,
it is entered,
Like a telephone?
So it's not
it is incorrect in the agenda.
Looking at the.
No, I'm looking at the agenda.
It's incorrect in the agenda.
T-E-L-E?
T-E-L-E.
Yeah, it's TEL.
One of these.
No, I know, but I'm reading
T-E-L-E.
straight.
Originally, it was T-E-L-E.
Oh, yeah, no, it
We
is a
changed
typo.
the name, didn't we?
T-E-L-E.
So it's T-E-L-E, so we need to change the agenda.
If you look up telehandler, telehandler, you won't find one.
Okay. T-E-L-E,
It won't say,
All right.
it won't say.
telehandler, in the
It'll say
amount not to exceed the
telehandler.
budgeted amount of $65,000. All right, John, thank you.
Okay, this is an item that we use.
No, I have that, but I have to.
Yeah, but this is off the button.
This is an item that we use at the wastewater treatment plant to replace items like filters located in awkward positions and move totes of alum, which is the coagulated to help with the sludge. So lifting items above the wastewater treatment plant, they're 15 feet higher from ground level. It's a machine that offers good lifting capacity and features four-wheel drive and a turbocharged diesel engine. It's very reliable. It's something that's been needed for quite some time.
All-terrain forklift.
Yeah, yeah.
Basically a Skytrack.
Like she mentioned, we budgeted $65,000 for it, and it's came under budget. We got bids from the buy board, and that's who we'll be getting it from.
All right, Councilman Fire.
I see it's under budget, it's in the budget. Are you already using one out there?
Yes.
Leasing one? Yeah, we're just about, no problem.
Oh, you already have it?
No.
We're leasing
another
one,
one.
this is the buy one, and then we're leasing one right now.
Oh, we're leasing.
And we're talking
Okay.
about purchasing one.
All right, thank you. Councilman Shearhart.
Who's gonna maintain it, John?
We're gonna have to have somebody outsource the.
Just outsource it?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us a ballpark on that? Is it gonna be expensive?
No, I don't know that.
Routine maintenance, I mean, what kind of a warranty do you get? Does it come with any maintenance for so many hours?
5 years?
You get a 5-year maintenance plan or just a 5-year warranty?
No, it's,
Usually through our 5-word contract, it should state in there. I only know about equipment like mowers and stuff, but usually.
Probably just a warranty.
A 3 to 5 years.
no, there's nothing listed as far as a warranty or time frame on warranty.
I would just say you need to make sure you get as much as you can, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? As far as warranty. And servicing it, I understand outsourcing it.
Yeah, we don't wanna mess that up.
No further questions.
Councilman Dyer?
No question.
Councilwoman Martinez?
No questions.
Councilman Perry?
It's in the budget and you're getting it under price, and that's why we can stop paying somebody else for theirs. So
Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the purchase of the Genie telehandler for the amount not to exceed $65,000.
Second?
I second.
No, we got 2 of them. Who wants it?
Go ahead, Sheena.
Okay, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Thank you, John.
All right, the next one is discussion and appropriate action on appointment of a historic preservation officer to the Historic Landmark Commission to meet CLD requirements. I need to clarify this. This is not appropriate action on an appointment. What had happened was, I found out that our city administrator had appointed Ms., I don't know if she's here, Ms. Garrett?
Priscilla is here.
Okay, had appointed Priscilla as the Historic Preservation Officer. And I was not aware that he could appoint someone into a position that must be held by staff or through a contract. So it's not that I am saying anything about the person appointed, it was just the city ordinance says that the Historic Preservation Officer is either a staff member or contracted out due to the requirements of the city, the agreement we have made with the Texas Historical Commission. And it's all in their packet, but I'd just like to kind of explain to everyone else. The Historic Preservation Officer in the past was Jeannie Cooper. Many of you might have remembered her. And she was contracted out. Council decided to not renew the contract because we had a city administrator who was fully qualified with the history and archaeology degree. He had research papers that were published, which are the requirements for this particular position. When our city administrator said he could not take that position also, we had Laura, I think her name was Laura Chantel Robbins, what's her name? And she had an archaeology degree. And I remember when we were discussing this, because I was involved, they discussed, I was in the discussion, I see Deborah has a different story, but during the discussion, since Laura did have the archaeology degree, she was they discussed having her take the added position with added compensation. I don't know if it was acted on or not, because I was part of the person doing this with the Beery House and other things, but that's my opinion, recollection. After that, Ms. Gillis had Nina Nixon Perez, and she became our community development officer, and I don't know how she by default ended up, so I assume she was qualified.
Yeah, and if I may, you know, Jeannie Cooper, who you mentioned, was in the Historic Preservation Office of the City of San Antonio. Then she retired and started contracting with other cities. Nina Nixon Mendez took Jeannie's place at the City of San Antonio, Jeannie's job. And so then when Nina retired, she did the same thing. She's contracting out. I think she's actually the development services or community development coordinator for the municipality now, but I believe she had the same qualifications that she used.
Okay. And I have included in your packet the qualifications according, I talked with the woman in charge of the program, apart from the email I got from Brianna and Mr. Vidalis, because as I said, I don't care who is Mr. Vidalis from Resolution 139, blah, 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 has full authority to appoint anyone he wishes. However, the ordinance specifically states they must meet the requirements. And I don't know if Ms. Garrett does or not, but I do know that the city has sent her to school twice. Did you send her to training twice, I understood?
No, just for the record, I have not appointed anyone yet to this.
No,
this
no,
officer.
you sent Mrs. Garrett to training?
No, I have
She
not.
did go to training with me in July.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
We went to training in July. Me and her went to training together.
You and Priscilla went to training in July for
Historical structures.
Okay.
Who sent you there?
My department. Rob said it was recommended that we go. I had only been there a month, so they're like, you should probably go to this, and this
So-
should go with you, and so we went.
Who would that have been?
Who?
Lee Elliott.
Who? Lee Elliott. Oh, Lee.
Oh.
Okay. Because I just apologize, I had other citizens asked to go, and I told them they couldn't because we weren't paying for citizens to be trained. And I understood it was a volunteer position, and so she would voluntarily pay to be trained. So the issue is not Ms. Garrett. The issue is the ordinance specifically states that, again, Mr. Vidalis has full authority, city manager status, so it doesn't matter what council thinks or I think. However, my issue was to amend the ordinance if Mr. Vidalis wishes to appoint someone who is not a staff member and not contracted out, and the person we'd have to train. That's all I'm saying. It's not anything to do with the selection, so that's misworded. That's not what
Well,
this was.
can I ask?
Yes, Mr. Dyer. Councilman Dyer first.
Okay.
First of all, do we have any money in the approved budget for this position? I think the answer is no.
There was nothing budgeted for this, no, sir.
So in the current budget, we do not have funds to pay somebody to fill this position for this year. Okay, that's the first point. Could we use a temporary person and provide some minimal level of training until such time as we can work on the next budget and find the dollars to put money in so we can hire a qualified person?
That's not the point. The point is you have to change the ordinance. That's what this is.
Why do we have to change the
Because
ordinance?
the ordinance states specifically that it must be a member of staff or contracted out.
And
So we
doesn't
would
it
have,
also say that you can put a temporary person in?
no. We look at the ordinance. It's
Okay.
ordinance one.
Okay,
I have it. I'll give it to you.
I don't know.
It's not in our packet.
I have it.
Okay.
I didn't want to copy this stuff. I mean, we copy pages of stuff and it just gets, you can look at it. I thought you guys knew about it.
But we don't have the funds, so we can't hire anybody.
Oh, you're not familiar with it?
No, ma'am.
It's been going on for years. Anyway, it's a certified local government program with the Texas Historical Commission. And way back, the city had their historical structures surveyed. And this position, Historical Preservation Officer, will have the ability to direct zoning of historical structures, create the criteria, and also approve or disapprove certificates of appropriateness if someone wishes to change their home. I understand also to include 1950 to 1960s home. This is just talking with the TLC, Texas Historical Commission. So it's quite a huge, I know we discussed, if you remember, garage sales, and you guys said, no, we don't want another level of stuff on people. And this is a huge level of stuff on homeowners. All I'm asking, you can have this once we decide if you want to change the qualifications. I didn't want to print it out because that's not what this is about. It's just that our actual ordinance, which is this one, which is long, and you can find it, and Deborah can supply it for you, specifically states that they should be qualified. Due to the fact that they do make calls on zoning, and they will be able to establish criteria for homeowners as far as their remodeling or changing homes.
If I may, just
Yes.
a point of clarification, the city council is the authority that makes the final decision on zoning. They would make recommendations to your planning zoning commission and then ultimately to you, the historic preservation officer. I don't recall exactly the specifications about the certificate of appropriateness. But those
Yes,
are,
can I read it to you,
those are
please?
used when, yeah, sure.
Okay, the requirements, this is what they do, is with this CLG, which is requires a historic preservation officer, or we can't do it, that is defining the ordinance for preservation. And we have our ordinance for preservation, which is our planning and zoning board, because it's established a board or commission, or I guess HLC, I'm not sure.
It's HLC.
And then you must appoint a city historic preservation officer to administer the ordinance. And then that person with the ordinance will establish a process for designating individual properties and districts, use criteria based on the National Register for Historic Places for designation of properties and districts, enable the Preservation Commission to locally designate properties. So that's not with the historical record. This is local properties that they would be allowed to designate. Follow municipal zoning codes and detail how designated historical property zoning changes will be made after designation of local properties as historic. Anyway, establish provisions for the certificate of appropriateness application review for locally designated properties and district. So it's locally designated.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to clarify everything that you read when you said the council approval. That is all within the purview of your police power to one, designate properties as historic, and two, designate regulations of those properties. So the historic preservation officer can make recommendations to the historic review commission and ultimately to the D&Z and then the city council,
But what is the job then if they don't have any authority? Why do we have one?
Bring
for the
recommendations.
same reason you have a zoning administrator, and so somebody has to somebody has to administer, once the rules are in place, somebody has to administer those rules. So going back to, the discussion on certificates of appropriateness, the certificate of appropriateness is an applicant would make that if they had a historic building and they wanted to make improvements to it, or even if they wanted to demolish it, if they could make the case.
Exactly.
And so they would, I believe under your ordinance, it is the historic preservation officer that would
Right.
do the certificate of appropriateness. So they'd be the day-to-day administration of the
And
ordinance.
this is, from what I understand, is I'm not sure of this program myself, because I wasn't aware of it. But it's the Certified Local Government Program in Texas through the Texas Historic Commission.
Yes.
And I don't know if it's voluntary or not. I have no idea. I just saw that on the agenda that they were going to discuss the appointment of Ms. Garrett as Historic Preservation Officer. So I just asked that if she were appointed, that council be allowed to change the ordinance.
Yeah,
And this is the background that I have, and I got from Mrs. Willett, Lorelei. But she did say that, yes, if we were to have Ms. Garrett as the officer, she would require training. And the agenda said consider and take appropriate action, this is the Historical Landmark Commission, consider and take appropriate action on appointment of Priscilla Garrett as the Historic Preservation Officer for the city of Castroville. And I always read agendas, so I saw that on the agenda, and I thought that should have been, explained to the council first. That's all it was. It wasn't that Priscilla, that has nothing to do with it. So that's what this item was.
And so it's whoever has the authority to appoint the historic preservation officer would have to ensure that they qualify to serve as historic preservation.
Because we would have to pay them or make them a member of staff, according to the ordinance.
I'm not sure, I don't have the ordinance.
Here's the ordinance.
But it's not in the budget.
That's why
so
we
couldn't
don't,
do it.
yeah, this is kind of maybe we'll table it till we have more information. Is it urgent?
Yeah, I know one thing you talked to me, Mayor, was about who should ultimately have the responsibility to appoint the historic preservation.
Oh, yeah, but my issue was the fact of appointing someone who wasn't qualified to be a member of staff and contracted out. That was my issue, not that he is appointed.
Yeah, it might be appropriate to table this because we brought up some questions that, I would like to look into.
Now, you made it very clear that Mr. Vidalis has the city manager position. He can appoint anyone he wants. However, my issue was
Subject to them being qualified for the position.
they needed to be qualified, that's all.
So what brought all this up?
This agenda item,
This is an agenda item. Who put it on the agenda?
I have no idea.
Brianna.
Brianna. Who put it?
No, I'm talking about the HLC.
Submitted by Mayor Phyllis.
Yes, now, it was put on by the
Mayor
mayor.
Sandleben?
I didn't put that on, oh, this one I put
Yes.
on the agenda because,
And I want to clarify when I put action on there, because I had it as a discussion item only, but when I saw your agenda report, you have on there action. And so I changed the agenda because it looked like you wanted appropriate action on it.
did I say that?
Yes, ma'am. And that's the only reason why I put it there, you don't have to take
Priscilla
action.
wants to say something if you.
Wait, I'm not finished. Just a second. Let me look at my agenda. My packet, sorry.
Because I stayed later on Friday because I realized that you had discussion and action
So,
on amending professional and city
This has gotten
requirements.
very confusing.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm totally confused.
So my packet was discussion and action on amending
Yes,
professional and city requirements for the appointment of a non-staff member. That was the action I asked for. That was
well,
it.
in the middle of this agenda, when we looked at it and you said it was good, I had this is the wording, and then I realized that you wanted action, so I just added action to the wording.
I
of
do.
that wording. So
So I
that's what's
wanted
there.
discussion and action on amending professional and city requirements for the appointment of Priscilla, non-staff member, by Mr. Vidalis, who has full authority to do so. He does it unless they meet the requirements, but she doesn't, so I'm asking that council decide if they want to have a historic preservation officer that does not meet the requirements of the ordinance. That's all. Priscilla?
If I could maybe say.
Clarify?
Would you go up there? Sorry.
Excuse me.
Just to clarify, I have not been appointed to anything, right?
No, you have not.
I have not. When I was approached by Brianna, since we have not had an HPO officer for probably over nearly 2 years or so, something like that.
Laura was designated.
The previous HPO officer, and she left in January, so we're at about 8 months.
About 8 months.
No, we're at a year now.
What's the worst case scenario if we don't have one?
We can't,
I'll do it.
No, let Priscilla finish first.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry.
That's
okay.
her job.
I have been, since Brianna has not had any kind of historic background or anything, I've been on that board, how long, Deborah, you were going to look? 13, 14 years? like that.
At least.
Okay.
No.
I have been helping her when issues came up in reference to any of our 96 structures that we oversee by our ordinance right now.
Okay.
And so I have been doing that. We haven't had anything significant come up, like tear down a house or anything like that. So far, they've all been pretty simple, straightforward. I've been helping with the agendas. I chair the HLC Commission.
May I ask something? You're the president.
She's a chairman.
I chair, yes.
Sorry?
I'm the chairman.
You're the chairman of the HLC.
Of HLC, yes. I've been chairman for about
So
6
that's your
years.
job anyway.
I have been on that commission since it was the old board, however long ago that was, but it's been quite a while. I don't know, Paul, right? It's quite a while.
Closer to 20.
Closer to 20 years, okay. So when Brianna, even before Brianna got here, when Kathy would have an issue, they would call me, I would meet with the people to find out what they wanted to do. We were handling it pretty good. See, I have been to CLG training probably 4 or 5 times over my
I'm
tenure.
sorry, and I'm interrupting. So why weren't those requests for renovations done by the HLC?
They
Of
were.
the design?
Yes, it comes to the HLC.
It comes to HLC. I help
But you
with the
said you
agenda.
talked to them directly.
I talk to the people to find out what they want to see, just like an HPO officer would. I would meet with them. Sherry Shearhart is a prime example to get her carport done. It took us a while, but we got the carport done.
But is that part of your role as chairman of HLC?
I was asked to help because we didn't have an HPO to meet with them.
By Brianna?
By Kathy first, before
Kathy.
Brianna got here, okay? There was nobody else that had a knowledge. I'm not getting mad.
I'm trying to understand.
I'm trying to explain. There was nobody else that that knows the ordinance, I guess, that knows about the 96 structures that we cover. So I was asked, would I please meet with the people, explain to them what they need to do before they can start any kind of construction or anything, come to HLC. I would help with the agendas. It would go all through HLC, whatever it was, and we did several projects before Brianna got here. Brianna asked me about 3 weeks ago, would I be interested in, if we could do it, becoming a temporary, non-paid volunteer to fill the HPO position until y'all could budget and find someone to do that. I said yes. So that's where we are tonight.
If it's doable.
I don't feel like I'm not trained. I've been going to CLG meetings nearly every time they have them. I think it doesn't just depend on an archaeology degree. I think there's wording in it that if you live in a historic district, which I do, most of the town is a historic district, that is some qualifications. If you've had training, if you've been on a board before, I mean, those qualifications aren't just to do a degree. I have a degree. It isn't in archaeology.
What is it in?
It's in human resources. So I also volunteer at the Texas Historic Commission. At the Institute of Texan Culture. I have been through historic training over and over there. So I'm not completely ignorant on some historic
Sounds like you've been
stuff.
helping us out.
So you would have to give up your chairman position?
We asked that question, didn't we?
Yeah, and she says that there would be no conflict of interest because it's the same issues that the HLC still has to vote on. So,
Who gave you that determination?
that was Lorelei Whitlet from CLG. Yeah.
She said that? That's not what she told me, because I had several citizens ask me, because they said that how could she be both, how could she be chairman and
The concern is she'd be making recommendations to herself.
Yeah.
And that's the legal issue you have to ask is can someone be both the advocate for a permit or opposed to a permit and making a decision on the permit. And so I don't think that the legal issue is that clear is that, yes, you can do it.
Well, because I had just asked, I didn't know the circumstances of the city.
Yeah, if you look at it as a conflict of interest, there's not necessarily a conflict of interest because she has no pecuniary interest in the decision.
The problem is that she's an advocate for the city, and she's also asked to be on a board. You can't both be the proponent for a position and making the decision for a position. So in that regard, she probably does have a conflict.
The
and
chairman,
couldn't serve
the chairman doesn't have a vote, correct?
Yes, on the board.
You do vote on the board, okay.
Yeah.
But even if she didn't, she would have the ability to have influence on the other board members. And so she would have, she'd be both like the lawyer and the judge.
I think that's beside the point here. I do believe,
Councilman Carey, I'm asking the city attorney, we'll go through everyone, okay? If you don't mind.
Fine.
If we could let the city attorney continue.
No, I was saying that if she meets the qualifications, and I'm not sure what those are, to be the HBO, that's fine, but I would recommend that she not be both on the board and be the HBO. Can she make a decision which one she would prefer how she would prefer to serve?
Thank you. Councilman Dyer, let's discuss.
I think we should table it until we can get it in the budget, and then we should go hire a qualified person to do the job. If we can't wait that long, which would be September, and we have to do something in an interim, then I would like to see the city administrator perform the way the ordinance says and appoint someone temporarily to do the minimum amount of work so we can get whatever's done has to be done. But I'd like to leave it as simple as we can make it. I don't think I'd like to change the ordinance at this time.
We don't have anyone qualified?
I don't
Have
know.
we asked? I don't think we've even asked. Okay, Councilman Shira.
I agree with, there's Councilman Dyer.
Councilman Byers.
Yeah, I'd like to move that the city amend the requirement that would allow appointment of a non-staff member subject to the agreement of the appointee to acquire any necessary training and education.
Can he make an amendment when we're discussing?
I can make a motion anytime I want.
Motion, but you're talking a little close to that, and I can't.
Well, you asked me to.
I said don't. I said don't.
Okay, I move to amend city requirements that would allow the appointment of, I move to amend the city.
Ordinance 233.
Are you going to make this or mine?
Well, you have to amend the ordinance. You can't, you need to say the ordinance.
I move to amend the city ordinance requirement that would allow the appointment of a non-staff member subject to agreement by that appointee to acquire any necessary education and training.
So you're asking the city to pay for a training? Which is going to be
I'm sorry,
substantial. You still don't have the budget.
I apologize. First of all, there's a clarification in our budget. There is training funds for the boards.
Yep.
And that's plural. We've always had it in our budget. Sometimes they don't have training for them, but it really runs through the HLC and the P&Z, and even the zoning board, if there's something comes up through ACOG or something. So we do have it in our budget, a small amount. But
You're
I don't have
asking
that.
for the board, not for a historical preservation officer. It's training for board members, and
And
that's
she
when
is the
Mr.
chairperson
Schroeder
of that
asked
board.
me for training.
I think you need to call for a second and then discussion.
Could I ask a question? I don't know what ordinance we're talking about, and I don't have this ordinance.
That Brianna gave me.
Okay.
What was your ordinance, Brianna?
It's under the, I don't know the name of it off the top of my head.
You don't know the ordinance?
Commercial design review and historic design review ordinance.
So if I may, let's go back and look at the agenda. The agenda says consideration, discussion and appropriate action on appointment of a historic preservation officer.
All right.
There's no indication that the ordinance was going to, that the ordinance being amended was on the agenda. So,
We'll have to table.
yeah, and I believe that, I haven't looked at your historic preservation ordinance in a while, so I.
Chapter 59.
Yes,
historic
yes, ma'am.
preservation.
But I believe that, doesn't the historic preservation, the board, or the commission, excuse me, and the city planning and zoning commission have to make recommendations on revisions to that ordinance?
There's an ordinance 2017, which I don't know if it was passed or not, but it said that it's an ordinance amending provisions of the City of Castroville Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance by repealing certain district regulations and replacing said regulations, updated regulations and design guidelines of the HLC.
Yeah, and that's what my concern is, that your historic preservation ordinance is a zoning ordinance, and minimally, the P and Z should make a recommendation before the city council take action, and that it be captioned correctly. So the motion could be to give direction that the ordinance be changed, and then you could start the process to do that. But I don't think, under the caption you have today, and without a recommendation of P and Z, you're in a position where you could take action to actually amend the ordinance.
All right, anybody?
Is it my turn?
Yes, sir.
The Historic Landmark Commission of the City of Castroville has purview over 96 historic structures, period. They cannot make any decisions, zoning ordinances, make anything that is not any greater than a letter of appropriateness that is then passed on to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I chaired the HLC for 5 years.
In fact, you wrote this. Mr. Carey's name is on the design guidelines.
They are, and the design, I contributed to it, yes, I did, for about 5 years. Okay, so the Historic Preservation Officer, in contrast to what you said, does not create zoning ordinances, does not make any decisions that are outside.
Where did you see that?
You said it.
No, I got it from this, I didn't say it, I got it from the requirements.
So all of those decisions are made by the Planning and Zoning and City Council.
That's what
Commission.
Ms. Ritzlet said.
Well, that's what it is in Castroville. This piece of, this Historic Landmark Commission article that you distributed at this meeting says that federal and state rules for Texas Certified Local Government Program require that each CLG to appoint a staff member or volunteer.
No, sir, it does not.
It says right here, or volunteer.
I have the guidelines, it says or.
Did you pass this out to us today?
No.
Where did this come from?
I have no idea, I didn't give it to you.
This was given to me by Brianna.
I didn't give you that.
Today.
I gave you a packet. That's on my letter.
That and the recommendation from the HLC board, Bob Dean brought that to him.
It has nothing to do with mine.
And where did this come from?
That's from the CLG website.
Literally, cut and paste. Cut and paste, okay. I will continue. I will continue. I have the floor, thank you. Or volunteer to serve as Historic Preservation Officer and CLG representative. This position is tasked with carrying out the responsibilities as defined by the CLG certification agreement. Any change in Historic Preservation Officer and CLG representative must be authorized by the chief elected official of the local government. The appointee is required to satisfy the Secretary of Interior's professional qualification standards. The last line is, in the event that a person satisfying the qualification standards is not available, an appropriate preservation training must be provided by the local government. So,
Can I see that letter? I don't have one.
Before you, Mr. Carey, you said something interesting I was unaware of. You said that the historic preservation officer has to be elected, be appointed by the chief executive office, elected officer of the city?
that's what it says here.
That's the mayor.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Well, now it's me? I was just told it was our city manager.
Well, you have
It says authorized by the chief elected official.
I think we need to
Authorized.
just relook this whole thing.
So the ordinance,
I didn't have that
resolution
letter.
139 will give the authority to the city administrator, but if it's in conflict with state law, you'd have to comply with state law.
Okay. I didn't know that, so I would like to table it, or if I can do whatever I can do with it till I get further information, but I was not aware of that letter. I did not hand that out.
Okay. I was on the
So,
table when I got here, so.
What is legally possible?
Can I say one more thing? I don't want to give my board membership up off of HLC. So if I can just
help Brianna when she gets into something that she doesn't understand on a volunteer basis, not to make any decisions, but just to provide a little guidance. And then y'all do something in September to budget to find us an HPO. I think that would be good.
So what happens if we don't have one?
Well, you can't stay in CLG.
Sorry?
You can't continue with CLG. So
But what does that mean? I mean, what
does CLG
extra,
do for us?
what extra do we get from?
We get training for your commissioners that serve in the board. There's some area where you can get grants, something we've never involved in.
And that's what Jeannie did.
Yeah,
She got
but
grants.
She got grants, but not, I don't think from CLG. I think they came from
Oh.
other places. She knew others.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, we just need more. Can I
It's just an oversight.
just?
May I bring up one other issue that's come up from the last legislative session? As you may recall, the state legislature has mandated that cities not regulate architectural features of buildings, residential buildings. If the national code allows a certain product, you have to allow this certain product. The exception is, and I don't remember the exact language, but the exception is historic districts that are, have some type of certification by the Texas Historic Commission.
Right.
So I don't know if not having an HPO would affect that or not, but that, if it would, that would be your biggest risk.
Right. And I remember the legislature did pass that, nor can we direct materials. We can't direct the
No,
materials.
yeah, that's right, except for in historic
Yeah.
districts.
Exactly.
And the historic districts have to be, sorry?
You're talking,
Local historic.
But it's a local historic district, but the language in the statute, in the bill, talks about some that approval by the the Texas Historic Commission, not of the district, but of the city's
not local.
process for creating the districts.
We don't have a local created district. We only have a national.
Can we, I'm sorry, this is my item. It's gotten way out of control and we've got a lot to do right now. So why don't we just discuss it later in your planning and zoning or whatever, or
HLC.
with Leroy or the lawyer to see what actually all this is? Because it seems like we need one, but I really don't understand. And I think they deserve to fully understand what this is also. So legally, I'd like to, yes.
We had a motion started earlier.
Yeah.
And so we didn't have a second yet, but do we not go back to that?
Yes,
Because he
ma'am.
started a
Yes,
motion.
ma'am. Yeah, you have to
Yes.
address that motion.
Yes.
All right,
It's
say
on
your
the
motion
table.
again.
I mean, you may withdraw it, or I'm not sure. but-
I withdraw my motion and make a new motion that we table this item.
All right, second?
I'll
Second it, that we table.
Okay. We can make a committee, whatever you guys want. but these ones-
All in favor?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, I'm out of it. Now, we go to, this is Mr. Dyer's. He wishes discussion and action on amending the budget to put a full-time librarian assistant position and increase the hourly rate for all 3 part-time library assistants to $15 per hour for the second half of FY 2020. And please, I'm still unsure of my authority as mayor versus the city manager. I put this on, but I'm not sure that this is a council item.
Budget amendment is
Mr.
a
Habib,
council item.
can you, because it's a salary increase,
We're passing up.
No, it's not a salary, it's a wage increase for a
salary
part-time.
range, I'm sorry, wage increase.
We're passing up that other stuff?
We're going to take a look.
Oh.
Let's take a look. So now we're on adding a budget amendment to have a full-time equivalent librarian assistant position, which means an added salary, correct? And increase the hourly rate for all 3 part-time library assistants to $15 per hour for the second half of 2020. So I just was, since we have this new resolution, I did not know if it was up to council or up to Mr. Vidalis.
Well, it's council makes monetary decisions.
So they can?
All budget amendments get approved by the city council, and this is what this is.
Okay, so all salary,
Yes, yes,
I'm
ma'am. The
learning.
way it works is that the city council designates positions and the salary for those positions, and under Resolution 139, Mr. Vidalis has the authority to fill those positions.
oh, so the one for Public Works Council, we did that?
Which one?
Public Works Assistant,
That was in the budget that y'all approved.
but we decided it?
Well, it was recommended, and it was within the budget, what city council approved back in September.
Okay.
So it was a
And then
budgeted
the
item.
code enforcement?
Same thing,
okay.
it was a budgeted item.
But it didn't come exactly here to discuss. It was in the budget, so you did it.
We approved the budget.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm clear, I'm learning. All right, Mr. Dyer.
Thank you. When we did the budget preparation for this year, we all made a decision to take the full-time librarian assistant out of the budget for this year because we needed the money in other higher priority positions. And now that we've been operating for 4 months, it's clear to me that that was a mistake. And then the library board liaison and going to all their meetings and spending a lot of time at the library, it's very clear that we're not operating the library in a safe or efficient manner because most of the time, in a typical week, there are only 2 people in the library. That'd be the full-time librarian and 1 of 3 half-time, part-time employees. So if the librarian gets called over here for a staff meeting, you have 1 person sitting at the library desk, and that's the only person in the library. It's a very tenuous situation. They can't even go to the restroom. I'm coming to you tonight, first of all, to ask that we reconsider that and put that librarian assistant position, which is an employee with benefits, put that position back into the budget with a budget amendment for the second half of this year, which would start at the beginning of the third quarter. And that would cost us around $21,000 for the rest of the year if we did it. But it would give us 2 full-time employees that would be able to run the library with the assistance of the other 3 half-timers. That was the first part of my request. When I was doing the research for this, it became apparent to me that we have 3 half-time employees over there, and they're all doing exactly the same thing that this full-time employee will do. The same task, the same types of responsibilities. Just recently, the city council voted to raise the minimum salaried position to $15. We did that, I think, a couple, 3 meetings ago. And what I'm asking for you to consider is these 3 part-time positions, which they all are doing a great job. They work as a team. They're all doing the same thing. On the current budget, it shows them as a librarian assistant type A with $10 an hour is their hourly wage with no benefits. I'm asking you to consider raising it to $15. That would cost us another $7,800 for the second half of the year. How do we pay for it? Well, let's just look at last year. They didn't spend but 85% of their budget last year. Chances are good that we'll probably have a bit of a budget overage this year. They won't spend it all. They're already down 2.5% in the personnel costs for the first 3 months. So we've already got some of that money accumulated. I think we can get through the year and not have to put any more money into the library budget and still do this. But it's possible that we may have to. I'm not on the crystal ball. So that's what I'm asking you to consider. Summary, add that position back in, the librarian assistant, full-time employee with benefits, and increase the pay for the 3 part-time workers in our schedule at the back of the budget for librarian assistant type A, raise it from $10 per hour to $15.
It's a substantial raise. Is that going to mess our scale up? Because our utility workers are scaled, and I know their minimum is 15, so is that going to...
That's correct, but there's only one category for the library assistant type A. There isn't multiple ones.
Were they hired, or did they volunteer?
They're hired.
We hired them?
Yes, the librarian hires them.
Okay.
Well, I think the
librarian
librarian recommends to the city administrator. Correct. City administrator.
So you hired them? Who are they? Who did you hire? I didn't know we hired them.
The librarian hired them.
No,
She recommended to us, and then
Who?
Emily's one, I don't know the last name, Emily, Sarah, and then we just hired Jansen, who left about a month ago. We replaced his position with the...
So those other 3 that were there aren't there anymore?
No, 2 of them left already, yes ma'am.
They left? Those were the volunteers?
It was their part-time was Bonnie, and it was Jansen.
But those weren't volunteers?
No, they were part-time employees.
So friends are the volunteers?
The Friends of the Library are all volunteers. None of them are paid.
And how many of those do we have?
There's lots of them. But
I can give an opinion, I know that. I'm not saying anything, I can give an opinion. I don't understand why we would do this now, because we're getting a new council in May. Maybe it's because you want to do it before the council, I don't know.
the reason is because the summer season is coming, and that's typically the busiest half of the year, second half of the year.
Because it's
And so
chaos.
we have a few more months to do this, if the council approves it, for them to find people and get them in position.
But it's mainly because of the camps, that's why it's busy.
There's lots of activities in the
So-
summer that require extra people and a lot of volunteers.
I'm concerned about the budget, I'll tell you right off, even if it's 21,000, I'm very concerned about how we're paying for this stuff, despite the library being in their budget, but it's still a general fund. I'm not against it, I'm just very, very concerned about our budget. And we're getting that from the CEI, the capital projects that we're getting, discussing. I think the cost of those are going to be way out there. So I don't want to raise utilities. I won't. I mean, I will not support that. I will not support bonds for any of this stuff. I don't know if this will be affected by us deciding for this or not, but that's my opinion. So, Ms. Councilwoman Martinez.
Did you get everybody else? 'Cause
No, I'm going down. Yours first.
Okay, question, Leroy?
Yes ma'am.
What are we looking like as far as budget? Because I agree with Councilman Dyer. Camps are coming up. And it's not just summer, it's spring break camps.
Correct.
A lot of parents rely on their kids going to the spring break camps when they're out of school. And I know the library needs the manning. And they can't have volunteers there constantly because the volunteers are off with their families and everything.
Right.
So what are we looking at? Do we have wiggle room? Or how are we sitting?
So in her current budget,
And this is just first quarter, actual,
yes.
first quarter actual is what we have,
We're 2%, 2.5% underspent in the first quarter for salary.
actual.
Yes, for the first quarter.
Right, so we can do one of 2 ways. So if y'all decide to amend the budget, total is about almost $30,000. The $21,000 that Mr. Dar was talking about, plus another $7,800 for the part-time, that's about $30,000 roughly that we can amend the budget now. We can make that transfer out of our fund balance, put it into the budget, into her library budget, that it's covered. Or we wait till the end of the year. As he said, every department doesn't spend their entire budget, so at the end of the year, they may spend 90% of it. Well, then we can take that difference that we had budgeted, apply it to this, and at the end, if it's over, then we make that transfer to make up the difference.
Just
But
do a
I-
budget transfer.
Correct, but I don't think that, honestly, that we shouldn't have to do that transfer now, because I think that within her budget, she should be able to maintain what she needs. So I feel okay doing the way he had presented right now. If we see maybe like mid-year down, like we can go back and look and do like a mid-year adjustment, we certainly can. But I will present financials in a few, like I said, as the next agenda item, and the numbers look good. We're not over budget. I understand you're concerned about the budget now, but we're within budget. We're getting revenues in. We're spending accordingly. So I feel confident about the request that she's needing. And just to let you know, she does. A couple of times, even this week, we've had to actually send some of our staff over to go cover lunch because there's nobody there to cover lunch. And so we are short-staffed, even with 3 part-timers. Even think, hey, they can cover it, they really can't. So with she being by herself full-time, she does need that extra full-time person there always.
Now, like for the Councilman Dyer, the pay raise that you were talking about, we necessarily don't have to do that right now. Could be something to look at for next year's budget, bumping them all up technically, right? But we do need the body.
Oh, absolutely.
I agree with that. We do need the body. I was just seeing how are we situated to be able to do that? Because like I said, spring break's coming, and then summer's going to hit us fast and hard.
That library's busy all the time.
Yes,
especially
it
in the
is.
spring into the summer. So there's no doubt that she definitely does need that help and assistance. And so financially, I feel confident enough, with that extra full-time person, absolutely. And maybe perhaps we can look at, increasing the part-time at a later date, or maybe even for next year. But I think out of those two, definitely getting that extra full-time person to begin during the third quarter, as you mentioned, is very important. So,
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carey.
I'm hearing 3 issues. One of them, the most important one, I think, is a safety issue, having a sole person there the whole time.
Correct.
This is, the library is one of 2 really important services that we provide, 3 important services that we provide to our citizens, and that is the parks, the pool, and the library. And I really like to see it operated well and safely. And the third item is equity. The fact is that we're probably losing qualified and helpful people because they can make $5 more somewhere else. So I'm in support.
Councilman Byers.
Say that you say they can make it in the budget, then I'm for it.
Councilman Shearer.
I agree with Councilman Dyer's proposal. I think we can sling it. Hearing from Mr. Vidalis.
And Councilman Dyer. It's yours.
I recommend we do it. Would you like me to make a motion?
Sure. Of course.
I move that we approve a budget amendment to add 1 full-time equivalent library assistant position and increase the hourly rate for all 3 part-time library assistants to $15 per hour for the second half of fiscal year 2020.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. We have a new librarian. All right, next one. The library assistant.
Library assistant.
All right, now, we need to speed this up. All right, discussion and appropriate action on first quarter financial report. And can we also just go to discussion and appropriate action on first quarter investment? Because what action would we do? Is approve it?
yes, ma'am.
Can we do that? We can come together and approve both at once?
Yes, unless there's an objection from someone in the council.
Does anyone object? We'll talk about both of them.
I'm good with that.
Are you guys?
That's fine.
All right, so we're going to discuss both of them and then approve. We'll start with Mr. Councilman Shearhart. Oh, I'm sorry. You've got to give it to us first.
Talk to us first.
Yeah, so as far as the quarterly financial report, this is the first quarter period ending December 31st, 2019. As I mentioned earlier, the numbers as far as revenues are concerned on the general fund side, we're sitting at a little over 30% of our revenues already collected. Remember, first quarter really should be about 25, so right now we're at 30, which is it's a plus. And then for the utilities, it's a little over 19%, almost 20% collected. And of course, airport funds sitting at about 15%. As far as the expenditures go, on the general fund side, we're almost at 18% that we've already spent, so we're under, which is a good thing. Utility sitting a little bit above 14%, and airport about 21%. So very confident in these numbers in the sense of the revenues that are coming in, the sales tax is coming in, the property taxes are coming in. So this is a good first quarter. And so some of these, I guess, accounts from within the departments, if you notice, are anything highlighted in blue is over 25%. But a lot of these are one-time purchases that we had to pay up front because it was a brand new fiscal year, renewal, subscriptions, and so forth. So you'll see that they went above the 25%, but these are legit expenditures. They're all legit expenditures. But more importantly, you were going to see a big hit at the beginning during the first quarter because the past month and a half to 2 months before the year ended, we put a halt on all spending. So unless it was a national emergency, so there were things that they needed to get the year going. So that's what I have on the first quarter financials. Do you have any, or what questions do y'all have for me on these here?
It's open, you guys.
No questions. No questions.
If these are real numbers, I'm happy.
They are.
They're actual,
Reports and backing up. Yes, ma'am. These are, this is actual.
That was
Keep doing what you're
a
doing.
joke.
Thank you, appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
I move we approve the first quarter financial report and first quarter investment report combined.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Okay.
Thank you all so much.
Now you're going to Mr. Gomez, who has quite a lot to tell us about CPS gas agreement renewal, AMI meters. These are smart meters, which I really hate to see on here because I really wanted essentials. But wastewater treatment plant, SCADA, tree trimming, electrical system assessment. I'm assuming this is River Bluff, or all of it. John, is it River Bluff or everybody?
Everybody.
City thoroughfare plan with TxDOT, I'm not sure of this one either. Is this the one we're working on with Russell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All yours.
Okay. This is just going to touch on a few things that we're working on in Public Works, or myself as well, besides our typical daily operations or, repairing streets, water lines, sewer lines, or what have you, power poles and so forth. The CPS gas agreement is up for renewal. We have been working with CPS folks and us as well to try and get that. You'll see that coming up in the next few months or sooner, hopefully, because that was since 2017 when we made the agreement, so it's due for renewal. And I had the AMI meters in here because it's something that we're doing and we'd like to see in the future. That I believe that this has been brought up to the council before. I'm not sure, but I had understood that had been brought to the council. The AMI meters, they're the smart meters, the advanced metering infrastructure for gas, water, and electric. What it does is we're able to do more without having to go out and read the actual meters themselves. We can do it in-house and so forth.
Quick question. So that includes solar?
No, but we can have solar.
That would be an additional expense?
Yes, right.
Okay.
And that's all I wanted to touch on. That is something that we're working on. The wastewater treatment plant, we are getting closer and closer. I know that plant has been something that's supposed to be finished a long time ago. I could give dates, but I don't want to get too much. I wanted to let y'all know that there is still one, I guess, issue that's been holding us up is the return activated sludge pumps. And that's been something, a challenge for us and for the engineers and the contractors to make sure to find out what exactly is the problem, that we're not being able to get that fixed. So they've been trying everything they can, and they're, I guess, now they're talking about electrical spikes and sludge in the line and things like that. We've done a lot together, so we're still working on that.
Can you give us a percentage complete for that? What would you?
Oh, I'd have to say 90, 95. I mean, we're pretty close. I mean, everything else on the punch list has been knocked out, but this is the one major thing that we want to get done. The SCADA system, supervisory control and data acquisition. That's something I'll probably be bringing to you shortly. We had quotes, but then we decided we needed to add our lift station, our lift station that went down recently. That's something that's a big lift station that we want to be able to know what's happening. So I went back out and told my staff to get some more quotes for that, to add that. So hopefully it'll be within the budget, or we'll have to make an amendment like Leroy was mentioned earlier to add that in the costs. We're adding a phone line there too. Devin's will help me work on that phone line out there. Apparently there's no communication as far as the phone line or system, so that's something we need to do. And we're going to do that shortly. The tree trimming project, that'll bring that to you hopefully within the next city council meeting. We had a lot of stuff on there, so Leroy asked me to move things to the next one.
And this is something that's very important, correct?
Yes.
I was talking to some of the workers, and they said that the trees do interfere quite a bit with the lines.
Yeah, when they touch the lines, they lose connectivity and power, and that's how that we lose power on our systems. We've been doing some spot trimming, Devin's group and my group on the electrical side. Whenever we can, we do some spot trimming, but we want to bring somebody in that will be professionals and do it every day and do it right. The electrical assessment, I had that on one of the CIPs for this year. We had met with CPS representatives. They came in about 3 months ago, and that was one of the questions I asked them, is it something that they could do for us instead of having to go out and get a contractor or an engineer to do that. They mentioned that they don't specifically do that for entities, but they can help us if we want to do it on our own. And I showed them the Snyder contract that we had in place, or one of the ones. We've been slowly and surely been fixing our own system, whether it's transformers. You see our guys out there at River Bluff. Our transformers.
Could you go over real fast? The Schneider assessment was quite a while ago.
Yes,
It was
but
like
a lot of it hasn't. 3
phases. Supposedly the first phase was done.
Right.
Because I was counsel then. But
Okay.
how much would that cost us?
I don't have the total cost, what it was, but it was up there, and that's why we hadn't done it.
Millions.
That's what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
The city hadn't done it, but my folks have been doing little by little and marking up the plans on where we do make revisions, so that we do know that we have done either transformer replacement or underground or above ground power poles as well. We've done that at River Bluff, and we're going to continue doing some at River Bluff, and even in Country Village. I hear there's some areas that we need to repair and maintain on our own. That's what my guys are telling me. Let's see, and that's what I have on the electrical assessment. One other thing is, like you mentioned, the city thoroughfare plan. Myself, Brianna, and Mayor and Mr. Carey, we got to meet with the county and other folks from TxDOT to start this discussion, to get that out there to the developers, where we would like to see some thoroughfares within or coming through our city, or going around our city to help alleviate some of the traffic areas we have, especially with the growth that's coming, to try and get ahead of that if we can. And it was mentioned that from the mayor, she talked about trying to get Russell's group as task order number 2 to start that, and he presented a proposal. I'd like to share that to you, or he might even share it with you.
He did.
Yeah, when the time comes. But it's something that Arnie has also been working on, so he's also talked to a lot of folks from the chamber, Alamo, MPO group, economic development, the school district, ESD. So a lot of folks have to be involved in this one, because it
Which one
involves
is that?
on the same one.
The thoroughfare?
Yes.
If, not if Russell pays for it, though. Not if we pay for it with the development funds.
Right. No, I'm just saying, we've been talking about the same item. Same item.
Okay.
And that's really in a nutshell. But I have other things I want to talk about in the future, like the pending items with the TCEQ issues. So that's going to take a lot more stuff, and I want to bring some issues up with you to clear up.
Could you give us a ballpark figure how much money we're going to need for all this? Millions?
We have this, so most of this is budgeted, so yeah.
But to fix everything, it'll be millions.
Yes, yes,
And that would mean utility hikes or bonds.
possibly, yes.
Little time.
We can't sell something. I promise no utility rate hikes.
Yeah.
It have to be bonds, I guess, unless council decides. Okay.
Well, that's all I have unless y'all have questions.
That's great. Questions? All y'all.
On the smart meters, you mentioned water meters. Would those allow for real-time monitoring?
Yes.
So in other words, if somebody thought they had a leak, we could validate that almost instantaneously, so that would be wonderful. Wastewater treatment plant, any address to the storage tank wall that was heavily eroded facing
Yes,
the park?
It's interesting you mentioned that. Our crews had gone out and cut, I guess, some trees along the bank of one of the ponds.
Yeah.
And the fence is already gone on where they cut. So it's eroded some of that, I guess.
The wall that faces the road that goes into the park is the one that I think was pretty
Yes, that's one.
seriously eroded.
Mm-hmm. And we talked about what we need to do as far as hiring a dam engineer. That doesn't mean dam.
We already have one of those.
Yeah. To assess with that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's one of the things
And
that I'll address on the.
Yeah, it's going to be a big project. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Did I?
Those smart meters, John, is that something that CPS will help us with if it's on the electric side?
They have them in their systems, and we talked with Leroy and our CPS representative. They want us to get, I guess they're promoting something like this.
I mean, we gotta buy them on our own, is what I guess what I'm getting at?
There are programs that'll help us. And some of the vendors that we talked to, they said you can stage it out as far as payback.
I have two at the ranch, 2 meters. They don't drive on the ranch no more.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
so it works good.
And we have
Yeah.
EAA with our water wells, they have smart meters. But you guys weren't here. Mayor Kelly brought it up to council.
Yeah, he wanted to do
I thought it
something.
was 50,000 more than that. I can't remember.
It was 150 grand.
150,000.
Thank you, John.
Okay. Councilman Dunn? Good? Thank you. This is wonderful. We need to know what's going on. Thank you.
Keep rolling.
All right. Next we have, this is our city administrator on the TERS, which is for Alsatian Oaks. We're hoping that the Medina Hospital District will help us pay because it's going to be very expensive. We're also hoping that ESD will help pay for Alsatian Oaks because it's going to be very expensive, and our city administrator, I believe Mr. John, have been working on this. I sent the letters, but they've been doing the discussions. And then the Alsatian Oaks development, I believe, is Mr. Dyer and John and city administrator, so they'll give you what's going on.
So thank you, Mayor. So just right quick on the TERS meetings, we do have 2 tentative meetings coming up in February. The first one is February 24th, and that's with the ESD. That's at 7 o'clock. So myself and Clay Benford plan on being there to get that intent to participate in the TERS agreement with the city of Castroville. We've had one discussion with them, but they had some questions, and we came back and met about a week later and answered some of their questions. But we plan and intend on going back on the 24th for the ESD. And then we met with Dr. Simons, Janice Simons with the hospital district a couple of weeks ago, had a very good conversation based on the letter that Mayor had sent. She had some questions. We were able to, get her the answers and responses. And so that meeting that we had was a really good, positive meeting. And so we're tentatively set to go to her board, on the 24th. The ESC is on the 12th. I had those dates mixed up. So hopefully by the end of February, we'll get them both, to pass that resolution to an intent to participate in the TERS agreement. So that's on that. And then the second one, just right quick on the Alsatian Oaks development, John and I have been meeting with Will Collins, the developer. We met with them last week and even the week before to have conversation about, remember we first sent out that initial report from Respect, and then they had some questions, so we kind of been going back and forth. So instead of communicating through letter, we just said, hey, let's meet together just in person. So last week whenever we met with our engineer, their engineer, had a good conversation. So we plan on having maybe weekly meetings like that, to where we're meeting kind of like face to face, and we'll meet every other week. And so we just want to kind of get this ball rolling, moving forward. And Mr. Collins is very excited about what we're doing. And so we want to set up a meeting with Dr. Rohrbach, the superintendent of Veneta Valley ISD, perhaps sometime next week to talk about some testing that may affect them, and possibly during spring break time. So I'll certainly keep you all updated. Russell Persine will be here at the next city council meeting to give a thorough update on Alsatian Oaks. And so I think at this time that we're kind of moving along. So once we get these TERS meetings out of the way, then we did that first part. Now we can kind of go work on the second part. So,
And I've asked Russell, I suggested, in my opinion, that Russell give us the money spent so far out of the 800 and what?
846,000.
46, and he's told us how much have we spent already?
About 46, because that was for his part. So we still have roughly about a little over 800 left.
That's it. So we're talking only on phase 1, so we've got a phase 2 and 3.
Can I ask a question?
One more thing with Ms. Simmons. I talked to Ms. Simmons, who is actually director of Methodist Hospital, which Methodist Hospital is running our rural hospital in Hondo. And it is a fantastic place, and I've asked her to come talk eventually to you guys, because we have a jewel over there. The original chairman of the board died just recently. It was Hackelbill. And so that's why it defaulted to Dr. Simmons. But that hospital is fantastic, you guys, really. And it's much closer than taking you to San Antonio, so it's a jewel. Hopefully they'll help. And they've done a great job going back and forth, these guys, with Alsatian Oaks, but we need to watch it. Thank you so much.
I got a question too. Go ahead.
I'd just like to ask one question. Phase 1 for Alsatian Oaks is going to end on around the 24th of March. So we got about 8 weeks left. Is anybody fearful that we're not going to make that 24 March deadline? Is there anything that council needs to know that's lurking in the background that might be a showstopper?
Based on our last discussion with Will Collins, this was last week when we met, we feel confident that we definitely will meet that deadline. There was just a few last minute questions that they had as far as they wanted some verification on certain things, but Russell was able to talk to them, and we feel confident that we're going to definitely meet that deadline before it's over.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess my question would be more of a comment than anything. I like the eye-to-eye verbal stuff, but if you ain't got it in writing.
Well, no, we'll definitely follow up, and here's what we're going to do. So after our meeting, we'll talk
Put
about
it
some
on
minutes,
paper?
put it on paper.
Okay.
Here's what we discussed. And so I agree with you, yes, sir. It needs to be put on paper.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Councilor Carey? Iron, sorry.
No.
Councilor Carey?
Nothing, thank you.
Councilwoman Martinez?
No, no.
All right, we really appreciate these updates, Mr. Vidales, they're
Yes,
very
ma'am.
important.
Very much.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to check at the same time, I shouldn't be, I wasn't here. All right, so, executive session. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 551.071, entitled Consultation with Attorney, City Council shall convene an executive session to consult with the city attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or a settlement offer or a matter in which the city attorney, under the state bar's rules of conduct, is required to disclose confidentially to city council related to the contract for the East Side Sanitary Sewer Regional Lift Station project, and this is the one by the airport, an associated performance bond with, Ram 2 General Contractor and Old Republic Insurance Company. We will dismiss and go to executive session at 9:18.
to make it so long.
I know. I'm just being accommodating, that's all. You guys need updates.
I think we need to shorten him up. Use the voice.
What a better way to spend the evening. I say if it be this long, I'd serve pizza at least. Excuse me?
Because then you can talk back. I frequently talk back.
I just got a handful of candy and walk around.
Are you the person who's doing the foil candy wrapper in there?
I didn't want, I went the outside of restaurant. Supposedly got homeless people living out there. I didn't see them.
We have homeless people living in there.
I don't know if they're actually living out there, just having sex out there.
Well,
They did that down at the river by the park. They were down there fishing the other night.
Oh, no.
Oh, you got glasses over here. Don't look over there. Wow. You got longer gray hair than I do.
Yeah, you have fun, dude. It's so nice.
Yeah, dude. You guys get it, you got.
So stay at home.
We just make a little progress each time.
Really? For what was going on? Like that little train? Going up the hill, that's all I can. Just on one short. Marty, what was going on on top of the hill there?
You ever take, or get familiar with all the construction stuff?
No, that was two highway patrol, two. I was kind of driving by there and I said, holy.
I don't guess it's
We're having a party, we don't want them to run away without pretending he doesn't pass.
I don't know. I was all in this part of town, doing fundraising for the East Latin.
Came back and said, he's telling me about the time out here, well, they came out of
the newspaper, I think, like the Bruce Scanner on Nations or all that.
I didn't see anybody around, but
That's always a good thing.
I saw some males and some females, but not recognized.
That I don't know. People have to let the, all the new power pole system and all that go in up there. Like, like we do in the meeting for all kinds of stuff. Sure has to do.
Why are they asking you about power poles?
The design knows.
I'm supposed to, yeah.
You're dangerous.
Mike has a question that you could answer since you're now the new high-level, law enforcement.
Okay, it's real simple. No means no.
No
No means no. If she says no, go away.
Don't give her the tea.
Go away. It's a rule of thumb. 16 will get you 20, so leave the little ones alone too. You'll be all right. But you won't last 2 days in prison. Other than they do the woman. Oh, Lord. Feel the love. Speaking of that, you got to arrest me yesterday. With the bracelets on.
Well, spray paint will fix that.
Spray paint.
Yeah.
Steel wool first.
Now. It's not even worth it trying to set spray paint.
I was gonna go buy it. I give him spray paint all the time.
Yeah, but he ups it going like this. That's
why I keep
finding passed out in his driveway.
You know what color we ever picked that? Is the kind of cherry pink that we used on the road
Yeah.
last year.
Hot pink.
It was a red, but it
Why
was
don't you do one neon green and one hot pink? That would be bringing us into the 90s there.
Well, we had some green.
No.
We don't need to go into the name.
Where'd you go, Pringles?
Hey.
I said, let's be Christian. I said, here's your generation.
So what are we doing
Okay.
in executive session?
Talking about whether or not to charge the contractor
No. It's not
a
right.
whole bunch of money or not. Okay.
Do this before.
What?
I'm doing the other. I've been over there taking the five with him.
Yeah.
He knows that baby.
I'll try something before this.
Yeah, he's talking on it.
You don't want to do an interview in here?
He learned from me. I swear, I didn't know so many people who knew who I was. People keep coming up and asking me about that interview.
Yeah, we were sitting back over there going, God, she doesn't know this so much. She just goes, mine.
But it's okay.
It's
because
not okay.
Everything I know ends up in the paper anyway.
Well, yeah, but the rest of the world doesn't know on YouTube.
Okay, I like it.
Now, the guys at the office said they very good.
I'm sure they did.
That's good. That's good.
Hey, they're coming.
I know.
Let's pick the ones we want. Let's not let the ones that just want to be here.
Have you drove outside? Through land there, let just 4 years ago, there were 19 houses. We drove out there Sunday.
There was one 471 that got built in the last few months. I didn't know. I took River Road the other day. I said, what the hell's that thing doing?
I couldn't believe that. And that was that far apart. You want to see?
From my house, there's only one house that way.
Outside the river blood.
And we got the dog working ago. Now they've got one, two, and all those here, and all those there, and all those there.
You did good.
Yeah, definitely.
Walk next to the TV tower. Well,
Unless they build up, then then you go to
No, it's a terrible line. We need to, like, let glass loud about this music and you have to look at it.
there's the white pipe, you know, that kind of separates the property. Well, the land, the realtors always put that sign right there.
Oh, the big piece.
Well, no, it's not. So it looks like they've got more. It'll be over in our yard, kind of looking and seeing them outside, it's like, this is ours. And that, on the other side of that pole is what they're selling.
I'm waiting for him to bring up shot blocks. No, too
And I bet. It doesn't seem like there's that much room for the street to the trees or stuff back.
Yeah, that's some bad stuff. They should have included it. None of the bills and stuff.
When I first moved there, I rode my lot, that lot, the lot next to me, and my neighbor's house. Because of the now there's
You come to your senses.
well, I still mow.
There's houses in the way.
I still mow that one lot because it's still lucky.
It's like 35.
I don't know what she pays for it, but she paid way too much.
Oh, ask me how I know that.
I told the realtor, I said, he's seen his friends.
Yeah.
I said, I'll give you 25.
You know where she came from, right?
San Antonio, something
No,
like that.
she was living in the house, but I'm video there. Yeah, well, that's it. The building is on the neighbor, their baby was getting bit up. And it was just like,
It's hard to get rid of.
especially when you got 100 cats and cages back there. That'll be a new story for one side.
Oh, yeah.
We can figure out a way in there, she's gonna be on KTSA.
It may be in a very, but it's in your school district.
That's not what I said.
No, it's like that.
When it is, I just say.
I've already talked for 2 or 3 years.
But,
I'm looking for every year, Cleo running that treatment station for the bombs. People are doing some of the good schools. Well, I know I was curious, she's tired of those women in their BS, they love you, Melissa Smith, they ran like that, she didn't get it. The animal being remember Melissa Smith? Yeah, so I got more complaints on her than I did my 10 officers, one person. She was terrible with people, you know, we hired him, he was a guy that said, he came in and calmed it all down, he knew everybody, he put dogs back, and you know, take the dogs out. Melissa was jerking everything, taking it to jail, and writing everybody tickets.
That's what I did.
When you're at home and your dog gets out, and you put the dog back, and you find where the problem is, you let them know, and they fix it, that's because you keep them in the house, they don't have to open the door yet.
as soon as they learn.
No, I think, my dogs, most of the time, lately they've been running to the street very good. They go to the street, stuff. They go to my property, so they go to that property.
Let me tell you what happened with one lady in town, this is when I knew. She wrote this poor lady twice, every dog was the dog at large, $250 a month, she stuck it to the kennel, off the ground, get out of the kennel, and she ended up coming to court twice. Every time that dog would go eat, the neighbor's dog would invade her yard, and she would jump out to get away from this little boy. Yeah, that's all it was.
Yeah.
And we knew that on the first one, and she wrote the lady against like, come on, Melissa.
Did she work for you?
Yeah, no, well, actually, she was under Ashley when she was here. Yeah, she was terrible, but they loved her because they ran her. Yeah, she scared the cops. What the deal was. Yeah, she left her eating breakfast in Honda every morning at the hospital, at that wonderful hospital. My guys know if I get shot, take me to San Antonio, do not take me home. They also know to go to Dunway, because Honda's EMS will pick me up there and take me up San Antonio.
Take it in my wife's office, get you. Gotta have an appointment. They would
Do you
snap.
get commission or something, dude? I mean,
No, her patient was
look,
great.
it's your wife, it's not you.
She's seeing 30 people a day. She'll see 30 once a day for the chief.
I'm going to be resting up.
She'll squeeze you in.
Is it free?
100 pounds.
Then shut up.
She's fat.
It's in the insurance.
Is it free?
It's free for me.
They charge me $60.
And
Take
it's
blood.
No, those are 2 girls.
Oh,
We got a boy dog to, you said 60, make the girl dog
The
behave.
total bill for the lab is 120, my form is 60, that's what I pay every 3 months when I go to get my, because I'm diabetic.
it's just the time.
Yeah.
Get my blood drawn.
You gotta be like Lee Elliott.
No, I'm type 2, but you see what happens to me when I don't take my meds.
I light on that every single time.
Okay, you're standing next to a, you know he's been shot, right? And he's supposed to be this big war hero. Okay, and here's the truth.
The little puppy bark
That
at
boy's
big
going to
dog.
lunch. They fire one off, and get the hell out of the way, it's too slow.
That was not my choice, though.
And he got blown up.
Either one.
Nobody else got hit, only him. Only Popeye right there.
Saddest part of the whole thing, still didn't get lunch.
Right.
It took me
You got
an hour.
more vegans.
Yeah. As soon as I got to the cash and the driver went off, I was like, drugs, please. More drugs.
I'll tell you about when they put me in that mascot like that.
The what?
The mascot you see?
Uh-uh.
I had kidney stones. And they took me to the hospital and wheeled me in my life. And I didn't. So I was the last person wheeled in the hospital during the IV story. I started cutting my clothes off.
Where they played it.
She's feeling better.
What's wrong with this guy? They're like, I'm happy.
Yeah, it's interesting how some dogs.
I just got kidney stones and I just can't.
The bigger dog will growl and would bar his teeth and snap at
That
him.
was the one thing I was made because they took me to cash in our RV.
And then she'll start playing.
I'm walking.
but you don't know what's gonna happen.
No. Yeah, no.
The younger one was actually getting food from her bowl and putting it on the floor so she, the baby can eat. But if the baby gets too close to her food, she's like,
Yeah, you eat what I give you,
yeah,
and
that's it.
stay away.
That's pretty cute.
That is cute.
No comment.
And you remember the person who came to my office looking for, you guys came, I think it was from Russell, came to my office looking for his family works there? There's a drug issue.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. That's something else. I don't know everything these guys do. I should, but I don't.
Anyway, none of them work there anymore.
Oh, really?
Just in case there's a question.
No, what's the parents?
I didn't know about that story.
You guys know.
They don't know. No, yeah. I just told you.
Yeah, we don't have any rights of any citizen. We don't have any rights to information, that any citizen.
I took her to write a class of basketball. That's some retired Air Force.
Oh, this dude.
Awesome.
This chick with her hair hanging out. That's what I'm gonna do when I retire.
Did you give him that thing?
Yeah. What's it called? Willy Willy? Something like that. With the magnet. I don't know. The magnet beer.
You can use it tonight, I'm feeling emotional.
I walked in the doctor's office this morning, the guy walks in with his emotional pet dog, little chihuahua. I'm like, really, from the doctor's office guy?
Can I get an emotional pet? I found this 18 feet long.
Sure.
You get donkeys, mini there's all kinds of stuff.
Did you hear him talking about the FAA's changing all the rules?
Yeah.
Where you can't take like many horses on
Horses.
the plane, they can take
Yeah.
horses. Yeah.
Let that happen.
So they get long chia tats, there you go.
No, they that's. Treatment of the
Any animal they can think of, because then they.
Too much tea or too much fish and chips?
They will charge you money.
That's fun.
And they've had, flight attendants getting bit by these critters.
I'm gonna get an emotional pet brontosaurus. Close. Please.
No, we're passing the mayor's office. It was. Shit, fleas in the mayor's office. I'm not real sure how that happened.
Somebody went in there that had been, I think it was Devin, picked up some stray dogs or cats or something. And found out that he was covered in fleas. So they picked him up, but he was in there talking to her about something, and they got off of him, obviously, on the carpet and all that kind of stuff.
She had them, Leroy had them.
Yeah,
They had to close City Hall.
all of a sudden, yeah, it just, they were everywhere, and so they fumigated it because of fleas, but that's what they thought it came from. I think it was 2 or 3 kittens that he picked
Well,
up.
this kid dead on the hill.
So,
Oh, yeah, once you get them in the carpet.
oh, yeah.
She pulled the carpet up because the first treatment didn't take it.
No, you have to do it 3 times.
Isn't that just because of where you catch them?
No, there's, yeah, the cycle, there's the flea, the larva, and the egg. and the stuff will only kill the fleas. And I forget if it's 21 days, I forget what the bond is. You gotta kill the first set, and whatever many days later, the next one hatched, and you gotta get that, and they went from age of larva to hatch, and you get the third set.
When's the chicken come in?
After you cross the street. Yeah, we got a dog that was covered with fleas one time, you got in the house, and you just put your foot down on the floor, and it's like,
I've been in some nasty houses.
Christopher was the other time. You got somehow.
How's he doing since, last couple of weeks since I've actually?
He's not playing rugby this semester, which I got mad at him. But he's going to.
When he started, when he's going to be a model for moving the TV.
He's going to be in the Navy, doesn't matter, as long as he's got his name on the belt, he's happy.
I'm not gonna say it.
Hopefully that's it, I don't have to tell him. So he's not doing rugby. He finishes this semester, he's only like 20 hours short of getting his 2 degrees. They talked him into getting he's doing a Spanish minor, and then his intel is a major. So his college classes, he took it, being about to help out. And we still haven't gotten paid by anybody to pay for his college.
Wow, really?
Yeah, wow, really. She had to do a board of corrections, and that stuff went to wherever it goes. And the VA's supposed to pay for my son's college because she didn't transfer when she retired. And so now, this is our third loan for $65,000. Four.
Yeah, that's the oldest boy, when he came back from Iraq, that's what he was doing in college, that was his part-time job, was processing, and Bud Barnes' daughter was going to college, he called Ty to find out how to do the VA SWAT, get his.
Oh, ours is already SWAT.
Yeah, she didn't have no
Just
problems.
reimbursing.
Well,
You gotta know all the little ins and outs.
I mean, it was like 3 times, we don't have your paperwork, let me fax it to you. What do you need? Well, you didn't even tell us you needed that. Why didn't you tell us? Just stupid stuff, stupid stuff.
Yeah, it takes 90 days before you get that.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't say your 12-stroke J.
The last time she went to Randolph, because that's where they said she had to go, she went to one office and said, no, you gotta go to this office. Well, you go to this office. I said, no, that office won't work. They don't do that. You need to go to this office, but they don't talk to people. You have to call them.
It's military, man.
And then we had to fax everything back. Brent, wait. So I told Chris, I said, if we don't get that stuff soon, I'm gonna sell his car. Don't pay for it.
Oh, you make your phone classes, you talk to him like that.
College.
I think pick up from the Gillis Marines, you don't have a ride.
They can't drive on these shit.
Here's a good drive to the shit though. Wow.
We may have to go to a different congressional level.
What?
For your,
Oh. Well, it's at the Board of Corrections, so there's nothing we can do until they finish whatever they gotta do. But Will Hurd did whatever he could do, supposedly.
He's leaving, brother, from the carrier.
They're still doing city council.
Shh.
City council.
I'm Jackson with the public here. That's all she's running here.
Hopefully they'll be
Dorsey,
Crazy, just to say, play both of
no,
those.
he got the Grinch award at Christmas. He totally got his car with his kid in it and put it on the street Christmas Day.
The guy was on his way to his mom's house.
You should have done something wrong.
You gotta have a heart every once in a while. It's like, I'm looking the other way today, I see you tomorrow, the car is mine.
So I got a dash cam. Can I send all that stuff to Ashley now so she can review all the?
No.
You did it?
I got you. No. I promise my boys ice cream. It's gonna close before I get there. No.
You can drive fast, there's only one of us on the street right now.
No.
It's your fault we're here this late anyway, Mr.
No, mine was quick.
First half. No. Homeboy was quick. Coach, man, he knocked it out.
That's right. Now it's, you do a full court press up front.
You gotta stop educating them. You need to baffle them with BS.
It was good.
I made a comment when
Is he still?
Devin was talking about the swimming pools and all that.
No,
I feel that
another guy.
Aaron got it. And I told Darren this before, and I said, tell him the minimum amount. Like you're gonna be up there for hours. And they're like, oh, no, I need to film everything. I said, believe me. After the first meeting,
When I retired,
about the heat and all that
2009,
stuff.
after I
I
retired,
was there
I
for
was there.
45 minutes or something. I said, all you do is confuse it by giving way too much information. And just basically, we got money to put the heater in, and we're gonna leave it back in there for. Oh, okay, let's go.
It was good to see their support.
I guess you were right. So I said, yeah, I've seen them and others that overload skills. I mean, you didn't overload with a whole bunch of stuff unless they had
So
something.
29 years, that's why I'll see you guys.
Take care of yourself.
My friend said, just keep it up. After it was thinking would be great. And even at 15, I thought, maybe not. Besides, we told my dad would have done me if he caught me looking like that. I'm still crying. You pull out his girl sergeant voice. He used to be a drill sergeant. We got real mad.
I'm here.
Yeah, my dad retired from the army.
Yeah, she and his dad was retired Navy. Chris wants to go in the Navy.
My sister and my husband were both in the Navy.
Good job for a single person.
And he retired for any military.
Oh, yeah. Well, they made a lot of changes.
Yeah.
Still, though, both my boys in the Corps, they made, when they came back, they were mature, grown up. They're doing well.
Yeah,
You get finished for, do you know him?
Marine Corps, everybody in my family was a Marine except my father. He was only officer.
Now, what happened between you and the boys in the time frame?
Okay, let me tell you a story. My grandfather was 14 years old, living in Pine Creek, Texas during World War II. He was 6'4" at 14, weighed 230 pounds, he was a big guy. Rode a mule to school, and he'd stand up, the mule would run out between his legs, because he was so tall. He was a clown. He used to always tell everybody to run away from the circus. Well, he got on that mule one night, rode from Pine Creek to the Met Center downtown San Antonio, joined the Marine Corps. They didn't find out until his third year in that he was underage. He'd already gone to Iwo Jima, won the Navy Cross. So because he was decorated, what happened, his downfall was he sent a postcard to one of his little cuties back in Pine Creek, and she said, I don't know what he's at, but he's over and fighting in the war. So anyway, normally they court-martial him and kick him out, but because he was decorated in 17, they didn't want to do that, so they gave him great-grandparents the option to sign him in. So they promised they would take him away from there and put him someplace safe. So they made him a cook, took him out of infantry, sent him to Okinawa. And about 6 weeks after he got there, that's when the Japanese tried to run the base at Okinawa. He got the Navy Cross the second time. I don't know if you Marines has ever done that. So it's pretty He punked us.
It's injury.
Oh, man, yeah, he just, so we had the option to go to Paris Island for boot camp, none of us took it though. No, thank you, I don't like San Felipe. Well, I'm a Texas boy, they call us Hollywood Marines because we went to San Diego, but I don't care. You can have it. Yeah, you grew up listening to all these stories. You know, I had black boots when I went through boot camp. My kids had brown boots in, with shoe polishes. We had spit shiner. When Grandpa went through, they gave him raw boots that take Coke bottles, break the glass, and shave the fuzz off of them, dye them, then start to put the polish on. Every generation they get a little softer, a little softer, a little softer.
What year did you go to basic?
83. 61. 78.
I wasn't even born yet.
We were the Ubers for you guys. Oh, I like it. Frank was the department of maintenance, yeah, men's department. We were fighting. We just took y'all. Drop us off, out there. Go.
Like you said, the delivery system, taxi, whatever, Uber, yeah.
That cousin was a Marine, I tell him that when we get drinking on 4th of July, there's always a fight. My youngest was on his last stint in the Mediterranean. He was on the USS Enterprise aircraft carrier. That's a World War II aircraft carrier, and it was the USS Essex. Yeah, Essex, the real carrier. When they put the two together, took pictures, that thing looked like a little toy boat, man. It's like, wow. Those ships are so futuristic looking now. First ship I was on was commissioned in 1941. It was a one-wing destroyer escort, Iron Crow. And then that's what they had us on the Cuban crisis. We were putting up with this mission to keep the Russians up. We're on the Crow.
I used to work with the guy who was in the Army. And when that happened, they put him on a plane, they were taking off, they were handing him Cuban money, and then they aborted and came back. He almost went somewhere.
Well,
I don't know where they were going, but they were heading down south.
we was out there 30 days, and we only had one. He was the only one that on the ship that worked on the 3-inch breech loader. But we told him to target for the guys to practice. Man. Oh, that's a job. Let me tell you. No, the target's back there. The target's back there. He had his coffee this morning. Yeah, that was a good stuff.
He's the same.
We had the article written.
Well, actually, I'm not writing the main articles. I'm probably not writing tonight because I'm just gonna bring back the finance issue.
No, table. That's why this meeting was so long.
We'll be out in the morning. We're gonna present it.
Why don't you make it another day? Doesn't it kind of make it hard for you guys to?
Well, it does, but the problem is.
Before everybody gets to talk about it.
Well, right, that's one thing, and it would be difficult for us to change our press day at this point, because we have, contractors who all work other jobs.
Well, can you get the city council to move their?
They used to meet it for about a year and a half, they had a meeting, and that was beautiful.
And Bob was on the attention.
He said that the council members would not have problems with their packets, because they would get their packets on. It's generally pretty obvious when someone has not.
That's two smartphones on either end. So you start here or there. So if I didn't read it, I can say, I agree with Sheena.
But then they go ahead and vote. That's what it is.
It's like, well, that sounded pretty good. Yeah, I agree with her. I agree with her.
I used to have a Canon 81, I have no idea what happened to it.
You know, they don't make film for that anymore.
No, they do, but it's expensive.
Try to find something.
So it's a development.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's such a special thing now. I have one too, but it's still got the bright red and blue strap and everything.
I think I have a.
Oh, man, talk about old. He's a college graduate. He's 23. He didn't know how to use our office. He didn't know how, because well, what he was doing was, he would dial the number and he would have the phone. It doesn't work. He was treating it like a cell phone. The cell phone dial the number.
Have you seen the YouTube video or whatever it is where they get two, they look like they're 13 years old, and tell them to call this number? And they'll dial.
Oh, rotary phone?
Yeah, and nothing happens. You know, that's all they're doing is moving not that far, you know, it comes back. What's wrong with it? So finally, after they screw around with it a while, they pick up the receiver, and I think it's this far, you know, on the dials or something, you can hear it. It took us about 15 minutes to figure out all the digits, the phone number and all the other things, and they've never seen one before. But this is all they ever saw.
Yeah, I showed Christopher pictures of back phones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I still wish I had mine.
I bet you do.
You probably lost it, didn't you?
No, it wore out.
We bought my father-in-law back phone because he was out at the ranch. You know, he'd get stuck out there and didn't have a way to call. And of course, the phone started shrinking down and he started losing phones.
Yeah,
He even lost the brick.
I don't like that.
Oh, I know.
Out there where I live, just reception, you could pick up stuff everywhere. When you went to even like a flip phone, it was more restricted. You had to be, today almost in certain areas where there was a good signal, and that thing out you driving anywhere out there in mountains and always have signal.
I'm surprised you don't have enough here.
I'm surprised they have this. Well, when my flip phone broke, they tell me that they're still thinking that they have one of the problem with it. And I said, well, I'll try this and see, but this is the same one.
Yeah, it's actually was that way. She was using a flip phone until last year.
I used mine until they stopped
She
me
said,
from
God,
driving.
you just need to make phone calls. Now you see where she got that damn iPad.
What's wrong with these flip phones? Hello, the violence on the knee.
Kirk Enterprise.
We did that at Christmas when I phone game. I had it on flip phone.
Works for me. Again, my foremans, I tell them, that's all you need is.
I traveled all over the world. I was in China, Europe, South America, Indonesia. Flip phone. It works.
Got emails too.
Yeah.
I finally, on Sunday, I guess it was, for probably a year and a half, I've been eating, you have to update your system, you have to, whatever it is, update version. Well, my younger brother, about, I think the Christmas looked and he said, well, your operating system is like, I don't know, it was 8.7 or something, and when they're trying to get you to download is 12.1. Said you kind of missed like, 40 in between. I mean, what's going to happen is your phone just won't quit working because it won't pick up anything when they jump, let's say, to 13. And so I was starting to have some problems with it acting slow and all this other kind of stuff. And so I decided, okay, I've heard all kinds of comments about it's horrible. It's horrible. You have everything, you're not going to find what you needed, where it's used to and all that. I just said, well, I'm not using the phone at this point, I'll just do it. So I did it. I haven't seen one thing different other than just like if I pick it up, push the button, activate it, and Oh, you can pick up all these, new media stuff and all this kind of stuff. I've never downloaded it now. I'm not on the internet on it, all I do, phone, text, and email. I don't need to do that.
So much shame to get a phone working. What kind of phone is that? Is it an iPhone or is it an
No,
Android?
it's an iPhone.
Is it?
I think you might have the same one.
That's a waste of technology.
Mine is older.
It's probably,
My husband got a new phone
yeah.
and I took his old
It kind
phone.
of looks like that.
Yeah, it looks the same.
It's got all the mouse-proof case on it, all the mouse good.
I can talk to people in my driveway from my phone. I can set my alarm or my AC unit upstairs with my phone.
Cook a turkey with your phone.
Not yet.
Not
Not yet. I don't know if I want that. Katrina said, or someone said that they're talking about making a new one where you can put on the old ones.
Katrina told me that.
So
She heard that somewhere. I don't think I want to do it with those ones. I like the way they got one set up.
you could just take that panel off and put the new one in there.
Yeah, no.
When we go Boy Scout camping, the weekend ago, we went between Gonzales and Shiner. Scoutmasters can do all this stuff. I mean, I'm kidding, like 57, 58 years old. Work kids. And it's got, it's got all this stuff on it, that actually goes on my video on my car, and I'll just do this right here. So we're driving all 19,
No signal.
no, he called me, he said, well, we can close somewhere up here, we're gonna turn off and we're gonna hit south off 510. I said, yeah, when you get to Bucky's, take a right. I was like, what? I said, just believe me, when you get to Bucky's, take a right. Well, like 2 miles, and called back. Oh, you're right, you better turn to Bucky's. I said, I know that, I don't even have a GPS, or I don't have anything, I know where we're going.
Bet you got paper maps in your glove box.
I said, use your brain. You can look it up once and see where you're
Well,
going.
you need to start wearing a helmet then, it means that you fall down and you drive.
Wow, this is the one.
I'm definitely checking Sheena's cane when they come back. I check it for blood every time. Your cane whack somebody with it.
She was having fun last night in the wind puddle, so to speak. I drove by there, they were got ready to do patch. And I always hear watching that little in a water leak.
Never got that name.
I mean, when they break, I was waiting to have the water for what, 2.5 hours or 3 hours or something. I don't know.
John texted me last night, but I didn't get to see
And
it. Didn't care.
I said something about, well, Sheena, we let you do the service, get down here in the hole, and this water could come on, what is it? She said, no, great. And it was right at the end of the guy's driveway, and they had a hole.
Yeah.
You could have dropped the tractor in the hole, and it was that, all this tree was all flooded, and all this stuff. Anyway, they said something like, well, now that Chris was here, I could drop him in there.
Yeah.
And he could pick the pipe up and take it for him. I said, well, call him, get him over here looking at it. I said, well, that take too long. I said, you just drop it there, something, but that's what you took it to you. I get after you come over there, I can't get over the other stuff.
Allegedly, you took 2 80-pound or 4 80-pound bags of quick and picked it up like this and carried it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has that. I've seen him with 3.
So, but I was surprised when I
No, my son.
Oh, I thought you were saying weight. It's like,
Four empty bags, empty 80-pound bags, long way to the trash can.
I was, that's what I was so sure. Wow.
Oh, yeah, no,
I
there
could
you go.
probably do 2 of them.
He eats his spinach.
That's it. Jack Lane, oh my God, I thought about him.
You had to go. Remember Charles Atlas?
Yeah.
In the comic books?
98-pound
weekly.
Oh, yes,
What were you buying with that? A book or something?
It was in the comic book.
I know, but you had to send money. What were you buying? There was an ad. What were you buying?
I think it was like a fitness class.
Workout, like a gym today.
Those round barbells, like, certain posters.
Yeah.
That's like
What are you doing, war hero?
the yellow things
Loitering.
from the, was it 45?
Oh, yeah, when in the, when I was in, yeah.
All kids don't know that.
No.
That's just
Oh, but
running,
records
but-
are back.
Yeah, they're starting to come back.
What's coming back?
Records.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we
Mine's
got,
been back for a while.
we got Stephen a Fleetwood Mac album for his birthday, and he was thrilled.
45, 30, 45, 78.
And 60. That's
That's the last one, right? That's true.
They're England, European, they're 16 RPMs. They're not that big.
They're 1800s.
It was a little after that, like 1901, because it was after they created the,
Were you shaving yet, 1901?
Almost. 50 years away.
Somebody told me you're older than dirt, so.
A friend of mine bought a laser disc player in the Philippines when they came out.
I remember those
Yeah.
things.
They
I
went-
never had one.
I remember
As
those.
soon as he got back to the States, they had
I remember hearing about them,
Yeah.
but I don't think I
I
ever.
remember those areas were big, it was furniture.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, and the rack was this.
Now you get a little bitty thing from Walmart, it's round, and
Still not there.
you take your phone and you Bluetooth it. Arnie,
If you go to the dentist, you have to your teeth.
you know where Bluetooth came from?
I've read somewhere, but I don't
It was a
remember.
Viking king, his name was Bluetooth. That's where the name comes
I
from.
remember the guy, so reading about the guy who developed it because he was riding around when they tried to figure out how he was going to communicate better without using his hands or whatever it was. They were like, oh, maybe this is work we've got home, played around your garage, whatever it was, it worked. Kind of like finding your pocket felt in your pocket.
Can you give someone a ticket for using the drive-through and paying for it? Can you give someone a ticket who's using their phone or in the drive-through to pay for food? No. Why not? Because it's illegal.
How's it illegal?
Don't you have to put it in park and turn your car off before you can turn your phone up?
What? There's no ordinance here for that.
It's not, it's not Texas.
City of San Antonio.
Now, in Australia, they have a law, and it's like $400 on the fine in certain states.
Well, they need to spend their money on
That's something
cars,
else.
for sure, shit.
Yeah, you need the money for that.
I wish I'd have been a law enforcement person, so reliable in the construction, like a state did with a gooseneck, and you had a bobcat on the street on high school. And I was, maybe like 4 or 5 years back, and we got down where different neighborhoods, and the car had improvements. And then the car turned off on the far south end of the cost, and the guy from the school to about the river, we were driving about 45 feet. He slowed down to about 30 miles, we went to the other end, he slowed down to 40. For about the next half a mile, we were driving between 18 and 20. Going like this on the road.
Should have made citizen arrest.
And you got a higher part where you could see.
Pulled up beside him. Should have dashed him off the
He
road.
was driving like this, he had his cell phone up here, and he had something in his hand, and you could see that when he tried to get off his register, he would come back, and about 3 or 4 of them passed him. I was scared.
Hello? Why don't you just pull over when you're doing that?
You're standing there, you're talking off the side of the road, I don't know where you're going.
They were peeking the windows, see if you're still alive in there.
What do I come out of it? Is that good on there?
This is the longest city council.
What time is it? What time is it? See, I don't get
overtime, I just get squeezed.
Good to be a king.
You don't need a drink? Beer or nothing?
All right, well, drink a beer and go to bed.
To live by.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Maybe let's get that's 2 items to come out about, yeah, items for the future agendas and liaison reports and boards.
Maybe.
We shouldn't say that, then people will think you were going to read up. Well, they hurt you, did they?
Down.
Yeah. I remember a few meetings way back when I first moved here. But it's been forever, so. What years was that?
2000?
Yeah. Said, didn't know it was
It's pretty wicked. I used to drink it
I drank a couple of beers. I think the longest one would be when I got actually employed by the college board where I worked in Colorado. We had like a 12,000 square mile district and then moved the meetings around to different places. I actually got hired, I was living here. Road mile, it was 90 miles to where the meeting was. And their meeting started at 7 at night. The meeting adjourned at 2:30 in the morning. They had to drive back to 90 miles, and when we did work at 8 o'clock the next morning. I did. And then it was like over, I don't know, about 4 or 5 years that we had to do the meeting up to 5 o'clock. If you were elected to the board, you just had to plan on that, leaving your business or wherever you were doing, and you had that board meeting. And then they only had to go that clock or something.
Oh, was
The
that?
board members, some of them, they were the meeting, but some of them drive like 100 miles one way to get to the board. And they would, in the winter time or something, you'd be driving over something that was over that great mile of fire. You can go now, the police are gone.
Yeah. We'll all swear we don't know who did that. There was somebody, it might have been Library Council, where, yeah, everyone except the mayor and, everybody except the mayor and one councilman are retired. And they proposed moving their councilman to 5 o'clock. And they tried it to get to a few meetings, it's so nice to get out of the meeting. It's wonderful. But it didn't last. And Divine, somebody, when Divine has special meetings, they have their, yeah, they have them every meeting. But.
No weekend?
No, during the week, because they're all working in the time. And that's great because they are focused, they are laser focused, we're getting out of here now, sorry, Mike.
And talking to, like, Kim over in Palmer or anybody, you know, part of their city government or building their meetings, they was like, we started, I think, 6:30, if I remember right. It said it's very unusual that they even make it like 2, 8 o'clock. It's almost all over an hour because everybody reads to get to know what they're doing, if they have questions to ask them. It's that's what they told them to move, whatever, make a motion to move or thing or whatever.
You don't, just no paraphrasing anything?
This reminds me of a lot, a candidate.
Yeah, I haven't had anything either.
Where you got to really, man,
I don't really, I can't, I can't tell her.
oh,
I've seen that guy before.
Well, they don't start shot.
No, no, who is it?
Is that what the split French fry?
I'm about to put it in his nickname, you know, so we know.
Is that what they call it?
So we call him. Makes it easier. So we're not throwing out people's names.
That's really what the section's for.
That's really for a real alias.
I did, from out years. Cause I was like, cause his name, you know, him and his dad, I was like, that guy, which one is it? And I just looked.
AKA. Roberto Bear. You know who that is? Probably so. We're going to check
Yes, sir.
check your head out.
Good, good. Check your eyebrows. Act of God.
I think that's where you were when you came down there. The house, the big gym.
Oh, and I wasn't scared.
The book.
No, I did. I had a little kid the other day.
I'm at tonight.
We went to the commissary on Lackland. I got one of the biggest at one of my kids because I have 5 kids. One day, gone. I was like, I didn't buy those for you. I bought you a bunch of others. They have to do
I'm going home, going to bed, you have the dogs.
I'll have to put that on.
It's fend for yourself night.
Hey, it's cold in here. That's why I put my jacket on.
Whatever you find in the pantry or the refrigerator.
Yeah.
And that's in
Okay.
conjunction taking care of the 3 dogs.
Those are our favorite nicknames, except for the new one, full of whatever.
My son, when he was very young, he said something about cooking. He said something, that's woman's work. About 3 ladies sitting around.
No, my son get
He
killed.
learned real quick that was not.
Wrong thing to say.
You're in no position to be.
President, we're going to reconvene an executive session at
From executive.
10:18, and everyone is here. So we are going to consider possible action or give direction on the captioned items discussed in executive session. And do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to extend the time for final notice of default and termination for 30 days and direct staff and the city attorney to attempt to negotiate a settlement with the contractor.
Second.
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 All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, so we will, 30 days, we're going to try to renegotiate with the contractor of RAM 2. Let's go to reports from council board liaisons on monthly city boards and commissions meetings. Councilman Dyer?
Thank you. I have nothing. I should say HLC met, they did a few actions.
Are you you're the liaison for
Yes.
HLC and library?
Yes, the library met, and I already briefed you on the significant things out of that.
Okay. Councilman Shearer?
They didn't have no meeting, they didn't post an agenda.
And what are you?
Parks and Rec.
Okay. Councilman Meyer?
We haven't had a meeting since the last time. We'll be having one Monday.
Councilman Carey?
Board of Adjustments does not have a meeting, but they've got one coming up.
I already briefed last meeting on what we did at the planning and zoning. Next meeting's not scheduled for another week.
All right, so let's do a discussion on future agenda items. Councilwoman Martinez?
Nothing. We got enough on our plate right now.
Nothing at this time.
Nothing.
Nothing.
All right, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
Right now.
I didn't get a second yet. Second. Martinez, all in favor? All opposed? We are 10:22.
That's gotta be a marathon there. 2 o'clock. If they have one of those, I ain't being here, I'm telling you. No, not while I'm here. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, thank you.
We'll be talking. You gotta go find Max and then.